Thank you. All right. So we've got everyone that we're going to have to get started with. We know that one member has been delayed at the airport. I'm Karen Ross, and I'm the Vice Chair of the Strategic Growth Council, and I will be chairing today for Samasasa, who let us know with plenty of notice that he would not be able to be here today. So very pleased to have you all here. And I think I want to first start with today we will have virtual Spanish language interpretation for attendees that will be joining by Zoom. To receive the Spanish language interpretation, please select your preferred language from the drop-down menu at the bottom of your screen on Zoom. It will take you to a separate channel to listen to the meeting in Spanish. And with that, I will introduce our interpreters to review the instructions in Spanish, please.
Yes, hi, thank you for that. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, thank you, Leticia.
Okay, great. Buenas tardes a todos. Vamos a comenzar ya la junta en un poco de tiempo, solamente para dar un poco de instrucciones a cómo atender a la junta en español. Ahora vamos a tener toda la junta va a ser interpretada en español. Si gusta usted escucharme para recibir la interpretación, solamente usted tiene que seleccionar su lenguaje preferido de hacia abajo del menú que usted ve en su pantalla. En cuanto usted le oprima ahí, le va a llevar a una separada parte de la plataforma de Zoom donde le va a dar la opción de escoger el español y usted ahí puede escuchar toda la junta. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you, Leticia. Appreciate that.
Sure.
I also want to do a couple of welcomes. I want to welcome our newest member of the cabinet, Secretary of EPA, Yana Garcia, who will be joining us later. But I'm very pleased to welcome back Deputy Secretary Shireen D'Souza. Thanks for being here and representing EPA so well. And then also joining us on screen is Saharnas Mirza. I'm sorry, I knew that I was going to mess that up. Mirzazad. Is that close enough? Sorry. It's great to see you. You look gorgeous. They're on screen with us today. And I believe you are not only the OPR Chief Deputy, but the new OPR designee and key staff. So it's great to have you join us today. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And with that, Matt, Nicole's here. Great. We just are getting started. So with that, I would like to ask Staff Counsel Matt Reed to run us through our roll call. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Councilmember Nicole Capretz. Councilmember Frank Cardenas.
Here.
Secretary Lourdes Castro Ramirez.
Present.
Deputy Secretary Shireen D'Souza.
Here.
Chief Deputy Saharnas Mirzasad.
Here.
Assistant Secretary Moises Moreno Rivera.
Present.
Secretary Tokes Omashakin. Chancellor Juan Sanchez Munoz.
Here.
Vice Chair Karen Ross.
Present.
Deputy Director Rohan Radhakrishna.
Present.
We'll hold the roll open for 1 second while the Secretary of Transportation takes a seat. Secretary Omashakin. Thank you. We have quorum.
Thank you, Matt. And I think you will now share today's public comment procedures. I know we'll repeat these a couple of times, but it's important to have that called out now. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you to everyone joining us today, whether in person, online, or by phone to the Zoom webinar platform, or where the meeting is being live streamed on SGC's YouTube channel or Cal EPA's livecast. I'm here to provide some information to help guide us all through the process for this hybrid meeting, which we have designed with the intention of maximizing access by members of the public. For those joining the webinar online via Zoom or by phone, please note that your microphone is automatically muted when you join. In order to minimize the risk of background noise, you will not be able to unmute yourself. For those joining online via Zoom, please note that the webinar platform does not enable video for attendees, so we will not be able to see you. SGC is happy to announce we also have Spanish language support for this meeting virtually, And for those tuned into our Spanish audio broadcast, you may participate in the public comment process using these instructions as well. We ask that for those using Spanish interpretation today, please remain in the Spanish audio channel when providing your public comment, and it will be translated and shared into this meeting. If you need technical assistance during the meeting or have a question about the meeting process, there are a few ways to contact us. If you're using the online Zoom webinar, the best way is by using the Q&A function, which several members of the SGC team will be monitoring. If you have joined by phone and you have access to email, please email sgc.info@sgc.ca.gov. If you do not have access to email, you may text or call 916-634-3359. If you plan to make in-person public comment, you must fill out a comment card provided at the table to my right. Please fill out the public comment card and indicate your name and which item you'd like to comment on. Then you will bring your comment card to the table and the individuals at the front with the sign collecting public comment cards. When the chair opens public comment on that item, we will read the names of everyone who has submitted a form for that item. Please line up by the podium when I do so and in the order that I call your name. When it is your turn to speak, I will call your name to the podium. If you plan to make remote public comment, you must be joining the video meeting via Zoom, either through your desktop or phone or by calling in. To make a public comment, visit sgc.ca.gov/meetings and complete the public comment form linked there. You'll need to complete separate forms for each item on which you wish to speak. You may complete a form at any time during the meeting. When the chair opens the public comment period for your item, we will read the names of everyone who has submitted a form for that item. When you hear your name in that list, please raise your hand. To do this online in the Zoom webinar, click the Raise Hand function under the Participants menu, or to raise your hand on phone, press *9. When it's your turn to speak, a member of our team will unmute your microphone. If you're online, you'll see a window pop up alerting you that the host is unmuting you. You'll need to click the option to approve unmute. After that, you can begin your comment. If you're on the phone, you will hear a recorded message alerting you that the line is unmuted. Please begin your comment after you hear that message. If you're unable to complete the online form but would like to make a public comment, please email sgc.info@sgc.ca.gov. Each speaker will have a maximum of 2 minutes to make their remarks. A timer will be screen shared. Please monitor that and wrap up your remarks accordingly. Whether online or on the phone, you'll be notified when your time is up, and after that, we will mute your microphone. You do not need to take any additional action once we mute your microphone. Thank you all for your participation, and I will hand it back to the Vice Chair.
Thank you, Matt. Appreciate that. So with that, we're going to move to item number 3, which is approval of the August 31st meeting minutes. I want to remind members that you need not have attended the meeting in order to vote on the minutes, but you can also abstain. We will have an opportunity for council discussion or any corrections and then move to public comment. Matt, do you want to re-show the slide on public comment since you just went through that? How do you want to handle that?
I have a much briefer public comment reminder. If members of the public would like to comment on this item, please submit a public comment card at the front table. To make virtual public comment, visit sgc.ca.gov/meetings and complete the comment form.
Right, thank you. So with that, I want to call on my fellow council members to see if you have any comments, discussion points, or corrections to the minutes. All right, so with that, I'd like to move to public comment if there are any public comments on the minutes. By the way, this is a chance to thank you again, Chancellor, for hosting a terrific meeting at UC Merced. If you haven't had a chance to visit this beautiful and newest campus of the UC system, I encourage everyone to visit UC Merced because that's where it's happening, right?
Thank you, Secretary Ross.
It was
I
a great
agree.
meeting. Thank you.
We have no public comment on this item.
All right, thank you. So with that, may I have a motion and a second to approve the August 31st, 2022 meeting minutes? Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. I'll ask Matt to call for the vote.
Councilmember Capretz?
Yes.
Councilmember Cardenas?
Yes.
Secretary Castro Ramirez?
Yes.
Deputy Secretary D'Souza?
Yes.
Chief Deputy Mirsasad?
Yes.
Assistant Secretary Moreno Rivera?
Yes.
Secretary Omashakin,
Yes.
Chancellor Munoz,
Yes.
Vice Chair Ross,
Yes.
Deputy Director Radhakrishna.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Moving right along, we'll go to our Executive Director's report. And with that, I'd like to introduce Executive Director Lynn Von Cook-Liebert. I believe she will be followed by our Legislative Director, Will Robinson, with a brief update on the legislative session, which was a very busy one, I might observe. Thank you. We will follow that with council discussion and public comment. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. And council members, thank you all for being here today. I still am enjoying so much moving from the virtual meeting to having everybody in person. And also to members from the public, thank you also for being with us today. It also is wonderful to see you here. Thank you for coming. So echoing the Vice Chair's welcome, I also would like to express my welcome to our two new members of the Council. So Secretary Yana Garcia from the California Environmental Protection Agency, and also Deputy Director of Climate and Planning, Saharnaz Mirzad, who is the Chief Deputy Director of Policy and Planning within OPR and the new designee for OPR. And I'd also like to take a moment and introduce new members of my team. So we have Montrey Spikes Trey, who is a research advisor, and Emily Anicio, strategic engagement specialist, both who are new members of the Climate Change Research Program. Also, I'd like to introduce Blanca Escobedo and Nancy Chang, who are both program analysts for the Community Assistance for Climate Equity Program, and Jessica McCool, who has joined us as a program associate for the Community Resiliency Centers Program. Now, when thinking about how to spend the time today, I did think it was really important to provide an update on Council Priority 2, which was the Technical Assistance and Capacity Building Initiative that the Council passed in a resolution in February of last year. The key premise of this council priority was first to integrate capacity building and technical assistance strategies into agencies' programming policies and practices, and simultaneously to also proactively look for solutions to remove structural and administrative obstacles to accessing state programs. Now, one of the concerns and the issues that we heard reoccurring across all of the state was the timeliness of payment and the burden that this caused for small organizations to be able to front the costs on reimbursement-based grants. And so I'm extremely excited to share with the council and the public that our first step within Council Priority 2, led by Secretary Ross and Secretary Crowfoot and team, was signed into law 2 weeks ago by Governor Newsom. And so this came in the form of Assembly Bill 156, and this authorizes a new Advanced Pay Pro pilot program, which will increase access to funding for lower resource organizations and communities. Now, this is just a very exciting pilot program. It is including 6 separate state grant programs across a number of agencies represented here. And it focuses on prioritizing recipients and projects serving disadvantaged, low-income, under-resourced, and California Native American tribal communities. And what this pilot will do is it enables grant applicants to receive payment for grant-related activities in advance rather than having to burden that cost upfront by themselves. So the 6 grant programs, which are listed up on the slide, but fall within California Environmental Protection Agency, the Office of Planning Research, Business Consumer Services, and Housing Agency. And also, I'm very excited to say that the Strategic Growth Council's Transformative Climate Communities program is also called out in this pilot. And we will bring to Council in December an amendment to allow round 4 recipients to be able to work within the advanced pilot as well. Also, we following the signage of Assembly Bill 211, the Community Resilience Center program, which is a new SGC program, now is also eligible for advanced pay. And also our Regional Climate Collaboratives program had base authorization as well for advanced pay. So I think we're moving into this new space where we're going to have a number of projects that we can watch, evaluate, and support to really trial this concept of moving money out first. Yeah. And, one of the things I just really wanted to mention as well is that while we are, proudly today showing a success, we see this as one of many to come. And we look forward to the continued dialogue with the council around what other surgical items we can take on under this council priority to continue to increase access and support capacity building. Now, in terms of program updates, I did want to share that within the Transformative Climate Communities program, we also are increasing and providing a new type of support. So this will be capacity building services to potential applicants in addition to the ongoing direct application, implementation, and evaluation technical assistance that is already provided. The focus of this new service will be to bridge the gap between the notice of funding availability rounds to support the groundwork needed for community planning and project development. So in round 4, TCC's technical assistance program includes a set aside for targeted support to disadvantaged unincorporated communities and tribal communities, and will continue to emphasize the technical assistance there as well. And I do want to make a plug that for round 5, technical assistance is now available as well. So we'll start that process immediately. Next, I wanted to share an update on the Tribal Government Challenge. So the Tribal Government Challenge provided funds for California Native American tribes to conduct planning activities to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, improve clean energy access, and advance climate adaptation and resiliency on tribal lands and in tribal communities. Now, this is a program that is funded by the California Energy Commission and has been administered by the Strategic Growth Council. And this program started in 2020, and 10 tribes collectively received just under $200 million to implement 8 projects. And now we are in the process of closing out the projects and hosting a series of webinars where the grant recipients are sharing their findings and recommendations to state partners and other California tribes. Also, in partnership with the California Energy Commission, we funded a statewide climate and energy tribal gap analysis, which will then provide a snapshot of tribes' current needs and priorities related to renewable energy and climate change, as well as recommendations to increase tribal access to state grant programs. This will be released later this year or early 2023, and we'll make sure to bring those findings back to this council. And finally, just one last point, and I wanted to share that in the Budget Act of 2022, the Community Resiliency Centers program, which had previously been funded, now has been increased to a total of $270 million over 2 rounds. So a very material increase in that program, and we're excited to start working through that. And with that, I would like to introduce and welcome Will Robinson, who is our Legislative Director, and he's going to share with you some of the updates from this last legislative cycle. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair and Council members. My name is Will Robinson. I'm the Legislative Director for the Strategic Growth Council. I'd like to provide you with a brief high-level walkthrough of some of the more important legislative outcomes for the Council from this last session. On AB 17, perfect. The first slide is focused on budget and trailer bills. On AB 179, Sean Kennedy will provide more details on this bill later in the presentation, but amongst other items, AB 179 establishes the California Agricultural Land Equity Task Force at the Strategic Growth Council. AB 156 was just discussed by our Executive Director, so I will not belabor that any further. AB 211 codified the Strategic Growth Council's Community Resilience Centers program, which was originally established as part of the 2021-2022 climate resilience budget. The bill additionally authorizes the use of advance payments on grants awarded under the program until July 1st, 2025. SB 155, amongst other items, adds additional specifications to the grants awarded under that program. Next slide, please. Slide 2 focuses on new roles and responsibilities for the Council and its various programs. SB 54 creates the California Plastic Pollution Mitigation Fund to be administered by the Department of Resources, Recycling, and Recovery. It should be noted that no appropriation has yet been made to this fund. As such, there is no expectation of action by the Council at this time. The legislature has, however, indicated that additional guidance for the fund will accompany any future appropriations. And once funds are appropriated, the bill specifies that 60% of the funds shall be expended by the Strategic Growth Council, the California Environmental Protection Agency, the Natural Resources Agency, and the Department of Justice to monitor and reduce historical and current environmental justice and public health impacts of plastics on disadvantaged or low-income communities or rural areas. Further, the bill specifies that of the money appropriated, 75% shall directly and primarily benefit residents living in disadvantaged or low-income communities, and the funds may be used to support grants to local jurisdictions, tribes, non-governmental organizations, and community-based organizations. Next, AB 2645 requires counties to integrate access and functional needs into their emergency plans upon their next mandatory update, including accounting for the Strategic Growth Council's Community Resilience Centers program within their evacuation plans. Lastly, on this slide, SB 948 creates the Pool Transition Reserve Fund within the State Treasury to help specified affordable housing developments address tenant impacts from a loss of rental or operating subsidy. This bill applies to all units of specified multi-family housing projects financed by programs administered by the Affordable Housing and Sustainable Communities Program, for which permanent loan closing has not occurred prior to January 1st, 2023. Next slide, please. Lastly, we have other legislation of note. AB 2011 and SB 6 are two of the flagship housing bills that come out of the legislature this year. While neither of these bills place direct requirements upon the council, they nonetheless speak to the same housing and climate challenges that beget Council Priority 3, which will be discussed later in this meeting. While both of these bills seek to address California's housing challenges, AB 2011 in particular does so in a way which is cognizant of environmental justice and emissions considerations. AB 2011 is expected to benefit both the Affordable Housing and Sustainable Communities Program as well as the Transformative Climate Communities Program by creating a streamlined ministerial process for affordable housing projects in commercial zones and for mixed income housing projects along commercial corridors. This presents the opportunity to accelerate project readiness and funding access for these multi-benefit programs. Next, following Matt's reminder on public comment, we would like to turn it over to Council for a brief discussion. Thank you for your time.
If members of the public would like to comment on this item, please submit a comment card at the front table. To make virtual public comment, visit sgc.ca.gov/meetings and complete the public comment form. I will now pass it back to the Vice Chair.
And with that, I'd like to initiate council discussion. If there are any questions to either Executive Director or Legislative Director, comments, discussion.
Oh, Madam
Yes.
Chair, just a quick observation. I just greatly appreciate the update on the $2 million being awarded for 8 projects across the Native American groups. I think that kind of intentionality is wonderful and appropriate and worthy of acknowledgement. Obviously, prefer a larger number than 2 million, but it's a beginning. It's a beginning number, and just appreciate staff's awareness of the importance of being very purposeful and deliberate about particular communities that have just been, often overlooked and under-resourced.
Thank you for that, Chancellor. I agree. I also want to reinforce how significant it is to have the pilot program on advanced payments. We have a number of climate smart ag programs. We offer a lot of technical assistance, and the smaller the organization, the more of a burden it is for them to be able to do the good work that we know is possible. So really appreciate seeing the legislature paying such close attention to our programs and understanding what the needs are. Yes. Secretary Castro Ramirez.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chairwoman. And on that note of the partnership with the legislature, just very grateful to the legislature and to the governor for signing so many good, strong bills that will further our housing goals, both in terms of preservation, but also in terms of expanding opportunities to build more housing that's affordable. Very much appreciate the legislative report that calls out the 2 most significant bills, AB 2011 by Assemblymember Wicks, and then also, of course, SB 6 by Senator Caballero. We're very excited because it will give us an opportunity to work with local communities to look at repositioning and reimagining commercial corridors that are underutilized and to look at opportunities to be able to create housing, mixed income, mixed use, but also being very mindful of the impact that the conversion may have to the local community. And then just a final point, I very much appreciate seeing that there will be more funding for the community resilience centers. I think it also presents another opportunity for us to, as guidelines are developed for the expanded amount that will be available, for us to look at connecting points or points of intersection in terms of the community resilience centers and housing that is being built in those communities. So just sort of some feedback maybe for staff as you all continue working on building on the guidelines that were established. Great, thank you.
Great. Yes, Deputy Secretary D'Souza.
Thanks so much, Vice Chair, and very much want to echo the comments that the Secretary just made. And Will, thanks so much for that overview. Indeed, this was an incredible legislative season, and so appreciate the partnership with the legislature. There are some bills, climate bills, several climate bills passed that were not captured in your readout. And just want to highlight that on the climate side, many of those, including the codification of carbon neutrality by 2045 and an 85% reduction in anthropogenic emissions in 2045 below 1990 levels, that's going to require that SGC, that we, our agencies, up our game across all of our programs. And so just wanted to also draw that connection in terms of the work that we do in the climate bills that passed. Thanks.
That. Other comments? Yes, Frank Cardenas.
Madam Chair, thanks very much. Will, thank you for the overview. As I came onto this commission in June of this year, the SGC was just concluding its review of the transportation assessment report led by a team out of University of California, mostly at UC Berkeley. And some of us are disappointed with the ultimate fate of what came out of that report, which was Assembly Bill 2438. And I'm just wondering, well, if you are hearing any ruminations about the possibility of at least the spirit of 2438 being revived in the coming term.
I have not heard any of those discussions with the legislature or the various committees that I've been in communication with.
Thank you. And I just want to join in my colleague Castro Ramirez. The additional funding from the governor's office for the community resilience centers is a real game changer. And I look forward to staff sharing their thoughts at some point as to how community resilience centers might, if we were to receive such proposals, might interface and dovetail with some of our existing projects, for example, TCC and AHSC. Thanks very much.
Other comments? All right, Matt, with that, we'll go to public comment, please.
Thank you, Vice Chair. We have 3 public comments on this item. I will begin the public comment period by reading the names of everyone who signed up to comment. We will have in-person public comment first, and we have 3 people signed up for in-person comment. If I could have, oh, sorry, these are all virtual. So for virtual public comment, first we have Colleen Callahan. Colleen, are you there? Colleen, we cannot hear you if you're speaking. Could you try another time? We can come back. Peter Pallison with the City of Ontario.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. Hello, my name is Peter Pallison with the City of Ontario, and I'm excited to be here today sharing a few words about Saharnas and this new chapter in her career. First, just a little backstory. Ontario was a round 1 Transformative Climate Communities grantee, And the success that we have had through this program is no doubt in part due to Saharna's dedication and unwavering support. From the start of our application through grant execution and implementation, Saharna's always provided us with the tools and knowledge necessary to ensure that the program was a success. Nearly 4 years into the program, our city is really starting to see the impact of these efforts, and Saharna's work has made this all possible. So Saharna's, you are nothing but a sterling example of what a dedicated public servant is. On behalf of the City of Ontario, we wish you great success and are excited to see the undoubtedly amazing things you will do in this role. Thank you again and congratulations.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you thank you so much for those kind words and very well deserved, Saharnas. Had one more.
We're going to return to Colleen Callahan. Colleen, could you, I think that you are unmuted now. Do not remute yourself. Colleen, can you hear us? We can move instead to Jason Karpman, and Colleen will give you one more try. Jason, are you there?
Hi, yeah, this is Jason. Can you hear me?
Yep, thank you.
Great. Well, thanks so much for allowing me to make some public remarks. I just also wanted to say a few kind words about Saharnas during this moment of transition and really honor her for the culture of flexibility and flexibility around the scope and direction of our evaluation work in the TCC communities. So I'm speaking on behalf of the UCLA Luskin Center for Innovation. And flexibility is not always the case when we work with funders. And it's been so important to have in the case of the Transformative Climate Communities Program, especially given that TCC is designed to center the voices of community members and track the outcomes that are important to them. So I just wanted to say a big thank you to Saharnas for leaving that legacy at SGC. And if you're not able to hear from Colleen at my center, I'm able to share some of her written comments, but why don't you try her live first?
Thank you, Jason. We'll give Colleen one more try. Colleen, it's your opportunity to make public comment on the Executive Director's report. We're getting indications that we're still having technical difficulties with that. So thank you, Colleen.
Right. So really appreciate both of your reports. Thank you very much. Keep up the great work. Thank you. With that, we're going to move to our consent calendar next. Next is item number 5 on our consent calendar. This is for routine and non-controversial business. I think we have a slide to go up on this. This item relates to the Sustainable Agricultural Lands Conservation Program Award that was made in fiscal year 2018-2019. It's a very straightforward issue. This has come up several times with some of these awards as land values have variations and sometimes appraisals need to be updated as background for those of you who are not familiar with this program. And with that, I would like to ask if there are questions from the council, any clarification. If not, I would entertain a motion in a second to move this item.
I move that we adopt the recommendation.
Thank you very much, my sis. Matt?
Thank you. We do have public comment on this item. I will begin the public comment period by reading the names of everyone who signed up. I believe that we have one person signed up to comment on this item. They will have 2 minutes to make their comment. The timer will be presented on the screen. If you are calling in, we will notify you when your time is up. First, via Zoom is Jameson Reeser with the California Rangeland Trust.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much for taking the time to meet this morning. JT Reiser here with California Rangeland Trust. As the project manager for the Nakagawa Ranch Conservation Easement Project, Rangeland Trust and the landowner are both in support for passing the item today, which will lead to the successful completion of this conservation easement acquisition. Furthermore, the project's match funding partner, NRCS, has confirmed their grant award increase in the amount of over $200,000 as of yesterday afternoon. SGC's approval today of the funding award increase will ensure project completion early next year. Thank you so much.
Just confirming we have no additional public comment on this item.
Right, and I see I moved out of order by asking for the motion and second. Is that all right? Okay. So with that, if there are no other comments from public members or from anyone here on the council, I'm going to call for the vote, please, Matt.
Thank you. Councilmember Capretz?
Support. Present.
Yes, that counts. It counts. Nicole. It counts.
Councilmember Cardenas?
Yes.
Secretary Castro Ramirez?
Yes.
Deputy Secretary D'Souza?
Yes.
Chief Deputy Mirsasad?
Yes.
Assistant Secretary Moreno Rivera?
Yes.
Secretary Omashakin?
Yes.
Chancellor Munoz?
Aye.
Vice Chair Ross?
Yes.
Deputy Director Radhakrishna?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, it passed. Okay, I just wanted to announce that. So now we're going to move to item number 6. I have a feeling that's why many of our friends are here in the audience today. So I'm sure you're glad that we're going to get to this item as quickly as we are today. This is an action item to approve the Round 4 Transformative Climate Communities Grant Awards for planning and implementation. I would like to invite our Executive Director, Lynn, would you please introduce the item and then you'll turn it over to staff, Sophie Young. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Ross. And I'm just so excited to bring this action item. This is a program where I think many of us feel incredibly passionate about the way that it's being implemented, designed, and then the many project partners who are really making a tremendous difference within their communities. I think, we have our program manager here, Sophie Young, who will go over the award. So I think the only thing that the award recommendations, the only thing I just wanted to comment on is that we are starting to see such incredible traction around how this program works and how it serves the people in the community who are participating in the program. And as we begin to see kind of more interest in this program, we've been working to really understand how it's working and why it's working. And we're really excited to bring forward a model next month that we think tries to distill what are really the elements of this program that are helping lead to the success so that we can share and we can replicate some of the findings, the strategies, and the approaches within this program. So I will leave it at that because I know that everybody is very interested in hearing the award recommendations and very pleased to introduce Sophie.
Good afternoon, members of the council and public. I'm happy to present today on item number 6 on the agenda, the TCC Round 4 Award Recommendations, which is the culmination of a year of hard work and progress in the program. I'll first cover the application submission and review process, and then present the recommended awards for the planning and implementation grants, and then a staff proposal for the remaining funds. Next slide. So as a reminder, TCC invests in local solutions to catalyze long-term community resilience. We do this by funding integrated projects and partnerships. TCC recently received a $420 million allocation for the next 3 years through the general fund. This is on top of our existing $230 million of investments made through the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund over the last 4 years. The program is administered in partnership with the California Department of Conservation. Next slide. So just to give an overview of the process that we've started at the beginning of this year, Council adopted the TCC Notice of Funding Availability in March, and we released the application. This application made available $106.2 million in funding for 3 implementation grants of up to $35 million and 4 planning grants of up to $300,000. As mentioned earlier, one of our main policy priorities this year was to improve access to disadvantaged unincorporated communities and tribal communities. So to that end, we held guidelines and application workshops in English and Spanish translation and held tailored sessions for tribal and unincorporated communities. And during the application period, technical assistance was available to all implementation grant applicants, as well as all tribal and disadvantaged unincorporated communities. We also reintroduced a pre-proposal phase midway through to give applicants feedback on their threshold requirements to help them to determine whether or not to proceed to a final application. Next slide. And so now I'll explain a bit about the review process. Staff performed an extensive review process, which included application material completeness and threshold checks based on the program guidelines. Staff also convened interagency review panels with representatives from various state agencies and departments listed here. And I would like to extend a huge appreciation to our interagency partners and interagency program staff team at SGC and the Department of Conservation here today for their dedicated and thoughtful review of this year's applications. Next slide. There were a couple steps that only applied to the implementation review process. One was greenhouse gas emissions reductions calculations assisted by the California Air Resources Board and a third-party technical assistance provider. We also conducted site visits with proposed implementation project sites where we were able to meet with applicants and stakeholders to better understand their proposed community vision and projects. Then the interagency reviewers participated alongside staff in preliminary scoring and deliberation meetings to make final award recommendations. Next slide. So this concludes the review process, and now we'll move into the planning grant recommendations. TCC received 21 total planning grant applications, and we're pleased to report after expanding eligibility to disadvantaged unincorporated communities and California Native American tribes in this round, 9 of the 21 applicants were from those communities. You can see from this list here, the green star indicates a tribal applicant and the yellow star indicates an applicant with unincorporated territories. The top 7 in the green box are those that the review panel recommend for award, which include the original 4 available awards from the NOFA, plus we are recommending 3 additional awards using remaining funds from the funding round. The scores were very close and competitive, and we would like to fund those additional high scores. Next slide. So here's a map of all of the previous planning grant awardees throughout California. It's getting quite full. And the remaining round and the recommended round 4 recipients in purple. It's worth noting that with these awards, the program will expand its geographical reach to more northern areas of the state, the Central Coast, the Sierra Foothills, and an additional grant in San Diego. The following slides will introduce the recommended planning grant awardees, and all the recommended awardees represent approaches to planning for climate resilient infrastructure that are both holistic and collaborative. And I wanted to present a bit about each proposal's goals and activities. Next slide. So the first recommended award is for the County of San Diego. It focuses on an environmental justice community of Spring Valley in the Eastern County. The proposal seeks to increase resilience through a community land trust study, food systems programming, and a community kitchen. Next slide. The Karuk tribe proposal will focus on the unincorporated tribal community of Panamnik or Orleans on the Klamath River in Northern California. The application will address community needs of resilient clean energy, affordable housing, and indoor air quality. The goal is to provide a safe and sovereign community to residents and tribal members in Orleans, which is an important cultural and ceremonial center. Next slide. And moving south to the Central Coast, the County of Monterey proposal will serve the residents of Pajaro Valley, a largely farm worker community in unincorporated North Monterey County and downtown Watsonville in South Santa Cruz County. Partners will establish a cross-sector community climate coalition centered around engaging traditionally excluded residents to identify feasible projects for implementation, such as electrification, transportation, and affordable housing. Next slide. So moving east toward the Sierras, the fourth planning application recommended is the Chicken Ranch Rancheria of Miwok Indians, which will serve the residents within both the rancheria's tribal lands and unincorporated Jamestown. Partners want to create a healthy and safe community with a key focus on active transportation and identifying funding to connect tribal lands and Jamestown to sisters communities in the Tuolumne County. Next slide. So those were the top four, and then these next three are the ones that we're also recommending for award. So the fifth recommendation is for the Allensworth Progressive Association, which will serve Allensworth, an unincorporated community in Tulare County in the Central Valley. Partners will conduct climate resilience assessments and viability analysis for recreational trails, trainee farmer land, and a community solar farm. Next. Staff also recommend the Native American Environmental Protection Coalition application, which will serve residents in the Hoopa Valley Reservation up north. It will initiate a climate adaptation planning process to set priorities and develop blueprints for implementing adaptive measures. The proposal will emphasize local tribal knowledge and integrate community perspectives at all levels into decision-making. Next. And finally, the last application recommended for award is for the Wiyot tribe, which will serve residents in the unincorporated community of McKinleyville, or Gudani, within Wiyot Ancestral Territory in Humboldt County. It will develop walkable, mixed-use, and transit-oriented affordable housing and green infrastructure projects. The goal is to help alleviate the region's housing burden and improve health outcomes while creating well-paying jobs. Next slide. So in sum, program staff recommend just over $2 million in funding be awarded to the 7 top scoring applications presented on this slide. This includes the entirety of the original $1.2 million funding available for planning grants, plus an additional $815,000 in remaining funds. Slide. So moving now to the implementation grant award recommendations. The implementation grants fund a collection of capital infrastructure and transformative project types. TCC received 7 total applications, all of which were former TCC planning grant awardees, 3 from the Central Valley, 2 from the Inland Empire, 1 from the San Francisco Bay Area, and 1 from Los Angeles. All applications were scored for multiple criteria, but importantly, community vision, partnerships, project integration, and readiness. And they were scored out of a total of 205 points. The top 3 proposals are in the yellow box on the bottom right. Next slide. So here we have another map showing all the implementation grant awardees to date, including the recommendations for round 4 that staff are making today in purple. Moving from north to south, the recommended awardees include the City of Richmond for $35 million, the City of Stockton for $24.165 million to complete their previous partial award, and Community Partners for South Los Angeles for $35 million. Next slide. So next, I'll describe a bit about the top 3 in a little more detail. The first recommended implementation grant is for the South Los Angeles Ecolab. Community Partners is leading the proposal alongside 10 partners, including multiple city agencies and many long-standing community organizations. The proposal focuses on achieving economic development through climate action. The proposal also builds on years of planning, including a TCC planning grant. And the proposal includes 11 projects that will expand green spaces, cool roofs, and cool streets. And it will also expand resident access to multiple modes of transit through free LA Metro passes, improved bicycle and pedestrian paths, and expanded electric car and bike sharing programs. The proposal was also notable in including wide-reaching community engagement and a robust workforce development and displacement avoidance plan aimed at maintaining in place residents, and small businesses. Next slide. The second recommended award is for Richmond Rising. The City of Richmond and 5 partners will address environmental justice concerns in the neighborhoods of the Iron Triangle, Santa Fe, and Coronado. The proposal is informed by over 4 years of youth leadership, grassroots organizing, and community planning, also including a TCC planning grant. Richmond Rising includes 9 projects aimed at supporting a community vision of complete streets, an e-bike lending library, energy and water efficient homes. It will also include multiple food security and health projects that will help bring accessible gardening, orchards, and local vegetables to residents. The community engagement plan includes a youth leadership program, and the workforce training program will provide both career skills and supportive services. Next slide. And the final recommended grant for award is Stockton Rising. The City of Stockton, with 8 partners, are in a unique position with their Round 4 proposal. Stockton Rising was awarded a partial grant of $10.8 million in the previous funding round, and the coalition looks to build upon the vision of investing in environmental equity in South Stockton. The Round 4 proposal builds on the existing work to build household level resilience through water and energy efficiency and providing healthy produce to residents. The Round 4 application also takes advantage of a newly fundable project type, indoor air quality for residents and businesses, and will put funding towards completing a park renovation. They will continue to advance robust community engagement efforts that ensures implementation is responsive to community needs, as well as a pre-apprenticeship workforce training program for youth and formerly incarcerated individuals. Next slide. So that wraps up the overview of the recommended awards. And the final topic I'd like to discuss is what our staff recommend doing with the remaining leftover funds. So there are remaining funds from the NOFA because 1 top scoring applicant requested less than the maximum and 1 was only given a partial grant, which leaves a total of approximately $10.9 million. As covered earlier, staff would like approximately $900,000 to go towards 3 additional planning grants, which are very strong proposals. And that leaves $10 million, which staff recommend to fund additional technical assistance and a new pilot grant type that would fund project development as a stage between planning and implementation. We've been hearing through stakeholder feedback that this is a big gap between planning and implementation, and we would like to be able to support those applicants with better accessing our implementation grants. We have over 10 planning grants in the pipeline, and with these new awards, we would have 17. And this new grant type would fund pre-development and project development costs to get projects ready for implementation. It would also fund basic environmental infrastructure, such as water and wastewater connections that are needed before climate resilience infrastructure. And we know from our stakeholder engagement that this is a particular need in unincorporated tribal and rural communities. We would also like to increase our technical assistance support for future applicants. Even with our current level of technical assistance support, we're still seeing gaps between applicants, and we see technical assistance as critical for helping smaller and our most under-resourced communities submit winning proposals. Next slide. So to summarize all of the awards, staff recommend council approve 7 planning grant awards, 3 implementation grant awards, and the reallocation of the remaining funds for a new pilot project development grant type and further technical assistance funding. If approved, staff will move forward with the post-award consultation process with the awardees, and staff will hold debrief meetings with applicants not recommended for award to discuss areas of improvement and technical assistance resources available for future funding rounds. There were so many worthy runners-up, and this was one of the most competitive rounds, receiving the most interest that the program has seen to date. Round 5 is just around the corner, and we will focus on helping those who are not awarded. In the meantime, our team is really excited and ready to support this new cohort to fulfill their community-driven visions for resilience. Next slide. Thank you for your attention to the TCC Round 4 award recommendations and this council action item. Next, following Matt's reminder on public comment, we would like to turn it over to Vice Chair Ross.
Thank you, Sophie. If members of the public that are present would like to comment on this item, please submit a public comment card at the table. To make virtual public comment, visit sgc.ca.gov/meetings and complete the public comment card. I will now pass it to Vice Chair Ross.
Thank you. Unless there are burning questions, and there must be, for clarification, I would really appreciate the council letting me use some discretion to go to public comment first. We have 36 commenters, and we know how valuable those comments will be. So, Chancellor, you wanted a question or a clarification?
Sophie, I just have a question. The 10.9 million, I'm going to just back of the envelope this. You reduced it by 900,000, so you have about 10 million that you want to use for pilot sort of gapped award fine. You started with 10 possible projects that were worthy and then went up to 17. Is there a range, or do 3 people get $10 million and then 14 projects get 0?
So sorry if that was confusing. So I meant that there are 10 previous planning grantees that are in the pipeline for implementation. And then the 17 is that we would fund 7 more planning grants.
I appreciate that. You've got $10 million. How far does it go across 17? I mean, is there a range? Is there a limit? Can you give 9.9 million to one and 16 others get 100,000?
I see. Yeah, we haven't figured out what the funding would be, but we're hoping that 10 million, I think, to be impactful, we're hoping that it would be focused on, maybe, since it's a pilot, a couple communities first that would apply for that funding.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I suppose the only thing I'm going to mention, and then I'll turn it over, if you implicate 10 that are, projects, and then add 7. So you're sort of part of your narrative. If we've got this large group, and that's why we should use money in this way, then I would do what you can to make sure that as many of those groups that you're implicating in your argument could benefit from that 10 million.
Thank you, Chancellor. Were there any other questions or points for clarification before we go to public comment? Right, thank you. And to our public, we're very appreciative of you being here, and we're eager to hear from you. To the extent it's possible, I know you've all traveled to be here. If you are feeling like you're repeating some things that have been said, if you would concur and make new points, we have a 2-minute time limit to make sure everyone does get a chance at the microphone, whether it's virtual or here in the room. But we really appreciate you being mindful of trying to keep it so that everyone gets their chance at the microphone. Thank you. With that, Matt, I think we're ready to start. Are we going to start in person or go to virtual first?
We'll begin with virtual public comment. First, do we have on the line Mayor Eric Garcetti from the City of Los Angeles? Okay, not here yet. Okay. We'll go next to Michelle Persoff.
Thank you, Vice Chair and Council members. My name is Michelle Persoff, and I'm the Senior Field Representative for Assemblymember Isaac Bryan. We are beyond grateful to have organizations like Slate Z and Scope on the ground serving alongside us as partners in community. And we were so happy to see Councilmember Cardenas and the recommendation staff at their site tour. The 35 million TCC award will be critical to making South LA a transformative and resilient community, and Assemblymember Bryan is in full and strong support of this application. We thank the staff for their recommendation and urge Strategic Growth Council members to vote for the South LA Eco Lab proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Stephen Hernandez.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Mayor Steve Hernandez from the city of Coachella. I'd like to just congratulate all of the awardees of the implementation grant. I want to make just a point of notice that the awardees historically have been really urban communities over 100,000 residents. And when you look at, communities like Coachella, we're a smaller community, 45,000 residents. And so I guess our point is that we'd like to see some equity in the distribution of the transformative climate change dollars. We appreciate the technical assistance. We appreciate whatever resources that your agency is going to provide us. I think more than anything, though, we would just like to see some dollars come our way. And just historically, we've been with this program since 2016 in the planning process, and this was the first round that rural, suburban, unincorporated communities were eligible for funding on the implementation side. And just a point of notice that not one of the rural communities got any dollars this round. So we're hoping the next round would be a lot better, and we're here to work with you all.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Next, we have Naomi Riley.
Hello, thank you to the Strategic Growth Council for inviting us here today. My name is Naomi and I'm a field representative in Senator Cam Logger's office. The Senator just wishes to express her overwhelming support for the South LA Eco Lab Transformative Climate Communities grant proposal before you today. Designed to make South LA greener and healthier, this proposal truly reflects the community's needs as it's anchored in the meaningful cross-sector engagement and inclusive investments that will increase community resilience and create pathways that transform South LA into the economic and sustainable soul of Los Angeles. If you all take a look at the identified South LA area in this community-driven proposal, you'll see that this area within the Senator's district is within the top 20% of communities with the poorest health and environmental index scores in California. The Senator wants to see South LA with clean air, parks, free transit, healthy homes, resiliency hubs that provide relief from extreme heat, and a place for the community to meet. And she urges the Strategic Growth Council's adoption of this TCC proposal, which will be a step in making that transformative change in South LA. Thank you.
I think we're having technical difficulties. We'll return to Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti.
All right, can you hear me all right?
And Mr. Mayor.
Okay, sorry, I think there's no camera. Am I right on that?
You're correct.
Okay, great. Well, thanks everybody. Thank you so much to the Strategic Growth Council members and staff for providing time for public comment. And as I told you when you visited, you not only have fertile ground, you have a partner, an amazing community, incredible infrastructure, and the South LA Ecolab Transformative Climate Communities Project is something which we as a city have skin in the game as well. This is a really innovative solution to an urgent challenge, and South LA is already a proven leader. We're planting trees there. We're bringing transit there, having just opened up a brand new a metro line 2 weeks ago. And everything from mobility access to energy justice, transformative projects like a guaranteed basic mobility wallet. We have a lot of skin in the game, and we're so excited to take that same partnership the state and the city of LA have shown in other communities like Watts, Pacoima, and to bring it here to this transformative project. We look at equity at the heart of everything we do. We look at economy at the heart of everything we do, and we look at ecology at the heart of everything we do. And those 3 E's, as I think the score reflects, are so strong in South LA because it's not just the extreme health need, it's also the deep human talent that is there. And the community organizations that are ready to roll up their sleeves side by side with city workers, state agencies, and the state funding. I just came back from a climate conference in Argentina where we talked about LA one time provided a quarter of the world's oil, and that legacy of how we extracted resources from underneath us is obviously something we're still paying for today as a world and as a city. But I offer that this is a similar moment of change, a hinge of history, and I invite the Strategic Growth Council to vote yes on this and to be a part of that changing writing of this new chapter, and we are here every step of the way. Thank you so much.
Mayor.
Thank you. Next, we have Mila Ablog.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm calling in from unceded Miwok and Yokuts territory, as Stockton, California. My name is Mila Ablog, and I'm the newly hired Director of Conservation and Education at Little Manila Rising. It's an honor to get a chance to speak during Filipinx American History Month, in part advanced across the US by our organization's co-founder, and my friend, Dr. Dawn Mabalan. She passed away in 2018 from environmentally induced asthma at the age I am now, 47. I'm a Stockton native, born and raised, a descendant of the Monong generation who picked asparagus in the fields. Little Manila Rising was 4 employees pre-pandemic, and in large part due to TCC funds, we're almost at 40 employees, including part-time and seasonal. You can easily find out about all our robust programming online, so I'll tell you a few stories. Maybe you know Stockton was ground zero for the 2008 recession and quote unquote won Forbes' Most Miserable City Award, but just yesterday, I handed out paychecks to a pair of sisters who returned to our fall urban forester cohort, where we've planted over 150 of 600 15-gallon trees throughout South Stockton. Our cohort is made up of 7 formerly incarcerated folks because we have the ability to hire them through TCC funds. You never saw folks so grateful and motivated to be outdoors planting trees when 2 years ago they were locked away from society. To end, I'd like to read a quote from one of our youth advocates, Carice Garzo, a Pinay Stockton native and graduate from the Westmont College who received a part-time wage through TCC funds to participate in our youth advocate program. I would describe this program as an opportunity to understand and see Stockton from a different perspective and to share a narrative of Stockton that is far different from the one we had growing up. I would also describe it as an opportunity to develop a more intimate relationship, not only with our city, but its history, but with the people of the city. So thank you. This is what TCC funds do. And we look forward to the approval of recommendation of round 4. Thank you.
For your comments.
Thank you. Next, we have Nancy Faustich.
Hello, good afternoon, Vice Chair and Council members. I'm Nancy Falstick, the Director of Regeneración, Pajaro Valley Climate Action. We are so honored and excited to learn that Monterey County's TCC planning grant proposal has been recommended for full funding. Our project area spans unincorporated Monterey County and downtown Watsonville, located in South Santa Cruz County. The county line follows the Pajaro River, but greenhouse gas emissions cross county borders, and the people living on both sides of the river also cross freely, belong to the same school district, and utilize many of the same services. Our project will support a population living within these 2 counties who are extremely under-resourced. Our area has one of the highest housing costs in the nation, while also containing one of the highest rates of undocumented people in California. Extremely low-income farm workers are literally keeping hundreds of thousands of people across the nation fed through their labor, yet can't even afford to buy the produce they grow, let alone access electric cars and solar panels. We're receiving this planning grant at a very opportune time. A historic investment in the Pajaro River levee is coming from state, federal, and other funding sources. Plans are being developed to redesign the transit center in downtown Watsonville, as well as make Pajaro Junction a mobility hub connecting various rail networks. Our TCC planning grant will support the creation of a community climate committee whose primary goal is to identify and prioritize 3 to 5 community projects that support equitable climate solutions. We would be very grateful for SGC's investment in our area. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Phyllis Owens.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? My name is Phyllis Owens, and I'm the Vice President of Business Development and Strategic Initiatives at Community Partners, a fiscal sponsor and fiscal intermediary based in Los Angeles. We are also thrilled to serve as the lead applicant for the South LA Ecolab TCC grant proposal that is up for official approval today. Along with our community-based organization, business and city partners, including Slate Z, Trust South LA, SAGE, LADOT, Grid Alternatives, Ciclavia, CRCD, LA Metro, Streets LA, Climate Resolve, Scope, Tree People, LA Neighborhood Land Trust, LA Trade Tech, and LA Clean Tech Incubator. I'd like to thank the members of the review panel for visiting our site and for scoring our application so highly, both overall and in specific categories. I'd also like to thank the council for considering us for this implementation grant and for the vote of confidence in us, our partners, and the community of South Los Angeles. We're excited and more than ready to move forward with all the projects and strategies to mitigate climate change and create resilience in ways that will not only be truly transformative, but also pave the way for future investment. It's been a very long road to get here, with huge contributions from our dedicated staff, project managers, writers, partners, and community members who are fully committed to creating a better future for South Los Angeles. And we're eagerly watching these proceedings today. For those of us who have grown up in and around the project area, this is the culmination of a personal mission to create lasting change. It's the kind of investment we've hoped for decades. For all of us, we're glad that wait is finally over. For community partners, getting resources to communities that are systemically under-resourced, but filled with human capital, enormous talent, strengths, aspirations, and potential is what we exist to do. We'd appreciate your vote in the affirmative, and we're excited to partner with the Strategic Growth Council on this critical implementation grant. We look forward to getting to work. Thank you.
Next, we have Grant Kirkpatrick.
Hello. Alrighty. Well, thank you all very much. Grant Kirkpatrick. I'm a program manager at the City of Stockton City Manager's Office, currently overseeing our Round 3 award. Per usual, Stockton is a little unusual in how it goes about getting its various grant funding and moving the needle forward, but we are so incredibly excited to be receiving this Round 4 award to make our original vision whole and then some. We originally applied for $28.2 million on March 6, 2020. Then the world changed. So we, we have a great sense for timing apparently, and we were, extremely excited to get our $10.8 million award, and we made a lot of changes, and we tried to make it work the best we could. And we've had some incredible successes, and I'm sure you'll keep hearing about more of those successes from our project partners. But really, what we needed was more resources and more time. And that's what the Round 4 award is going to give us, which is why we're incredibly appreciative, incredibly thankful to be recommended for this award. And I am so excited to see the impact that we will be able to achieve with this additional investment. And I just could not be more proud of the project team that we've put together in Stockton, of the results that we've managed to produce for the city of Stockton through a pandemic, through a reduced award. And I just know with this additional investment, we're going to make a huge impact in South Stockton. And this is really going to set us up for many, many more years of success as we look forward to expanding our sustainability efforts and deepening our relationships. So thank you all very much. And thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Kevin Garraway. Kevin, if you're on the Zoom, could you raise your hand? Our technical assistance is not seeing you on the Zoom. So if you could raise your hand, we'll be happy to start your time. We'll move next to Dr. Gabriel Martin. Dr. Martin, if you could raise your hand, our team would be happy to unmute you. We'll come back to those two commenters. Next is Selena Jimenez. Selena, are you there? We'll go next to Rebecca Gibeon. Rebecca, can you hear us?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, everyone. I am speaking on behalf of San Francisco Transit Riders. First off, we'd just like to say thank you so much for all you do as an organization and for making this grant available. We'd also like to send a huge congratulations to all the awardees. You're incredibly inspiring, and it's amazing all of the projects that you have going on. SFTR graciously asks that SGC uses the funds from the 10 million surplus to help us continue our vital work in Bayview, Hunters Point, and Vista Cone Valley. areas that are experiencing higher environmental harms and health hazards than the rest of San Francisco and are disproportionately burdened by pollution sources. We were honored for the opportunity to apply, and SGC is currently recommending 7 projects for funding, with SFTR ranked 8th by only a difference of 0.4 points. The communities we're trying to work in are geographically isolated, meaning almost all area households own 1 or 2 cars, double the city's rate, and over 50% of commuters drive. The main transit line is the T-line corridor, which could and should provide a frequent high-capacity connection to jobs, but instead has always been slower and less reliable than it should be. Bayview, Hunters Point, and Viz Valley will greatly benefit from a speedier and more reliable T-line, which would allow for more opportunities to job growth, more access to affordable housing, better food security, and less pollution, meaning less disease and illness. Improved transit will benefit the neighborhood by incentivizing commercial mom and pops and more traditional developers to change those empty lots into multi-story residential buildings with commercial first floors. We believe our work in the Bayview is in alignment with the goals within the transformative climate communities of environmental justice and is crucial and timely, given the reasons just stated, and could benefit from the support from SGC. Thank you so much for your time and consideration. And again, we really appreciate it.
Thank you. Our next commenter is David Cobb.
Awatlo Strategic Growth Council members and staff. My name is David Cobb. I serve as the advancement manager for the Wiyot Tribes Dishgama Community Land Trust. I'm calling in to express appreciation for your staff for the level of professionalism and frankly, kindness and graciousness for what for us was a challenging process as a federally recognized tribe entering into this space. I also want to lift up and appreciate the quality of the technical assistance provided by both the National Indian Justice Center and CivicWell. I understand that there is a recommendation for additional technical assistance to be provided during this round, and I hope that you will vote yes to provide that technical assistance. Again, as a federally recognized tribe entering into this space, both your staff and the third-party technical assistance that was provided was absolutely essential for us being able to make an application that scored so highly. How?
Thank you. We'll return to Kevin Garraway. Or they may answer to Ricardo Mendoza.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Sorry about that, having technical difficulties. Hello, everyone. The Strategic Growth Council. My name is Kevin Garraway. I'm a Los Angeles native. I was born here and raised here as well. And I was fortunate enough to learn about CRCD and the NC3 program. And because of the program, it provided me with training and the tools necessary to go into the field of construction. The pre-apprentice program prepared me to go into a career that would provide my family with a sustainable wage. And as a longtime resident, I urge the Strategic Growth Council members to vote in favor of the South LA Ecolab proposal. Now, I would hate to be one of the few residents to receive such assistance through the grants provided by you guys, such as the 35 million TCC award, which is critical to help transform South LA into a more resilient community for all of its community members. That's my piece. Appreciate it.
Thank you. We will return to Dr. Gabriel Martin or Stephen Hernandez. We're having some problems there. We'll move to Romel Pascual.
Good afternoon. I trust you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Vice Chair, members of the council. My name is Romel Pascual, and I'm the Executive Director of Ciclavia, a nonprofit organization based in Los Angeles. Ciclavia is excited to be part of the South LA Ecolab project and encourage you to support this project. The project represents a robust collaboration of partners and stakeholders with a collective set of goals on climate protection, mitigation, environmental and economic justice, and overall improving the quality of life in South LA. Ciclavia, as I mentioned, we're based in Los Angeles and we produce open streets events. And since 2010, we've produced 41 open streets events throughout LA, where we've had more than 2 million people participating along 250 miles of streets in the region. And the residents and communities of LA has made Ciclavia the largest open streets program in the country. And in South LA, we produce miles and miles of open streets multiple times a year, where we've seen more than 35,000 people attending. And as you know, Los Angeles is a city known for the single passenger automobile and traffic, and where transportation is a significant source of greenhouse gas emissions, and where harmful air emissions are concentrated in communities of color and low income. And to take thousands and thousands of people out of their cars, it shows that we in Los Angeles are ready and prepared to take on the challenge of finding solutions to climate change. And we're excited to be part of this project, and even more excited that South LA will be leading the way. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Olivia Seidemann.
Hi, can you hear me okay? Hello?
We can hear you.
Oh, perfect, thanks. Sorry. Hi, my name is Olivia Seidman, Climate Policy Coordinator with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. First, I want to thank SGC staff and members of the council for working with us and other stakeholders to ensure that disadvantaged unincorporated communities are included in this program. We urge continued prioritization of disadvantaged unincorporated communities and unincorporated communities in general in both planning and implementation grants, and expanding resources to support DUCs, which may need additional technical support in order to submit competitive applications. We're glad to see 3 DUCs included in the planning grant award recommendations and hope to see more in both the implementation and planning grants, as DUCs are often excluded from or not prioritized in climate funding opportunities. And we look forward to working with staff to inform TA and TCC program guidelines to ensure that DUCs can compete for and receive funding. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Matthew Pendergraft.
Hello, howka all. My name is Matthew Pendergraft. I'm calling from Kumi Island, aka San Diego. I'm a volunteer with Bikes del Pueblo, a bike co-op that teaches self-sufficiency in low carbon transportation. Our organization is part of the County of San Diego's TCC proposal. I'm calling to thank the Strategic Growth Council for the consideration of our proposal. I'd like to stress 2 reasons why I think it's a really great proposal. So first, it brings different community organizations together to have an even greater impact. This is something that's already become evident as our organization has met with other community organizations, and these connections perhaps would have not happened otherwise. So I think that's really excellent. Another reason I'd like to focus on is that our proposal focuses on implementation. So our role, one of our roles in this proposal is to help with first and last mile trips to and from public transportation. And in my opinion and experience, all our climate goals come down to implementation. So we have to really make these things happen. And that's exactly what we'll do with this proposal. And I think this is, it has identified great community members to implement some community climate objectives. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Tyler Somerset.
Hello, I'd just like to thank the SGC staff for their role in delivering this program. I'd also like to share my appreciation of the Chicken Ranch Rancheria members for their vision to help transform life, not only for their tribal members, but also for residents of Tuolumne County at large. This project will help the health and wellness of community members ensue naturally in our community. This path will not only support transportation in the region, but it will help address climate change as well. More importantly, though, it will bolster overall community health outcomes and improve the social fabric of our area. We look forward to supporting the Chicken Ranch Rancheria and the Transportation Council and the good work they will do to make Tuolumne County a healthier, happier place to live. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Jennifer Prado.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Prado. I am the director of the Coachella Valley site of the Urban Conservation Corps of the Inland Empire, which is a program of the Southern California Mountains Foundation. First, I would like to congratulate all of the TCC grantees, and we look forward to learning from that experience. But I'm here to speak on behalf of the City of Coachella's proposal, which is called Coachella Prospera. I work every single day with at-risk youth from underserved communities, many of whom are living in poverty, some of whom are unhoused, some of whom have worked in the fields. And as a workforce development program, it's my joy every day to look in their faces and know that we are providing them with paid training to work in fields that directly contribute to climate resilience in our state and in their communities. And although I'm disappointed that the City of Coachella's proposal didn't make the cut this time, we are extremely excited to be working towards a TCC proposal for the next round. And I'm looking forward to being able to tell our young people who are, despite their challenges, showing up to work every day, working towards climate resilience every day, that we have the support of the SGC. Coachella, sí se puede. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll return and see if we've resolved the technical issues with Gabriel Martin. Gabriel Martin, you're next.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
We can hear you.
All right, third time's a charm. I just want to thank, first of all, congratulate all the awardees that received the grant. It's truly an amazing feeling to win one of these great grants. Congratulations to everybody. Also, I would like to thank the Strategic Growth Council staff and consultants that helped us with the technical assistance as we tried to submit a robust, transformative grant called Coachella Prospera. I also like to thank Mayor Hernandez, the City Council, Grants Manager Selena Jimenez, and all our 9 partners as we tried to develop a grant proposal that encompassed all the Strategic Growth Council's goals and priorities. Even though we're saddened at the outcome of this round's results, we are not deterred. In fact, we are encouraged and excited to work with you and your team in the upcoming round. The City of Coachella invested a considerable amount of money to ensure the grant proposal would meet all the council's thresholds and strategies, especially when it came to housing. We were the only proposal that submitted an affordable housing project. We remain very hopeful and enthusiastic in working with the Strategic Growth Council and the staff in order to keep the momentum going and submitting a more substantial and abundant grant proposal in the next round. Thank you for all your time and for listening to me. Have a great day.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Samantha Carr.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Amazing. Hello, everyone. My name is Samantha Carr. I'm the environmental manager at the City of Richmond City Manager's Office. I will be very brief. I first wanted to say I fully support the Richmond Rising application receiving the TCC Round 4 implementation grant. I'd like to give a thank you to everybody who was involved in the Richmond Rising application. And additionally, I wanted to give thanks and appreciation to all the SGC and California Department of Conservation staff involved in making these grant opportunities possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Miroslav Pinchev.
Good afternoon. My name is Miroslav Penchev. I'm a project scientist at the University of California, Riverside, co-applicant to the TCC grant with the city of Coachella. I would like to state that the University of California, Riverside is committed to working with the city of Coachella, if awarded in the next round, to ensure that all performance indicators are recorded and reported in an effective and transparent manner. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Emily Brand.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Okay. My name is Emily Brandt. I represent a group called HEAT in Fresno. And so we represent the community that received one of the first Transform grants. And first of all, I want to recognize Saharnaz Mirzazad, who was a wonderful partner with us, trying to iron out some of the problems we were having at the beginning with the lead applicant. And also Sophie Young, who has carried on in the same spirit of concern. So congratulations to you, Saharnaz, and hello to Sophie. So today I want to respond to the issue of the excess monies that you have available. One of the problems we have found in Fresno is that we don't have a lot of really good data. Data from the American Community Survey is really not fine enough to give us pollution data. Carbs data isn't fine enough because there are no air sensors in the project boundary. There is one at a high school, but it goes out often. And the other thing that's missing is there is no data collected of public health. And without those two barometers of success, it's hard to really appreciate how much value these projects will have. So I hope some monies will be allotted for those types of projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is William Mutzenberg.
All right, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the SGC board and staff. My name is William Mutzenberg. I am the program manager at Public Health Advocates, and we are a proud partner of the Stockton Rising Transformative Climate Communities program. And we are very ecstatic about today's review and the announcement of the Stockton Rising program receiving $24 million or being awarded $25 million. As Grant Kirkpatrick said earlier, we were impacted by the global pandemic, which hindered our ability to engage with the community in a thorough way. And so this grant allows us a new opportunity to continue the work that we are doing, as well as opportunities to try something different with our communities while continuing to listen to their voices, amplify their needs, and continue to connect them with the resources to become resilient and improve their public health their health outcomes. And so we appreciate this opportunity, and we look forward to delivering for both the city of Stockton and for the state of California. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ruth Andrade. Ruth Andrade, are you there? We'll move next to Ryan Trabuco.
Hola.
We can hear you.
Hola, muy buenas tardes. Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Ru Andrade, residente del sur de California. Estoy aquí con SCO, ha estado viviendo por el sur de Los Ángeles hace más de 30 años. Como residente desde hace mucho tiempo, insto de los miembros del Consejo de Crecimiento Estratégico, SGC, gracias por hacer estas votaciones por la propuesta de South LA Ecolab. Más que todo, en el futuro estoy emocionada de continuar trabajando con SCO para involucrar a más de 15,000 vecinos del sur de Los Ángeles para expandir nuestro compromiso en las diferentes áreas del proyecto. Más emoción presentar historias de primera línea para compartir la visión del sur de Los Ángeles Ecoland para un sur de Los Ángeles resistente del clima, testimonio de las comunidades y progreso de proyectos. Es por eso que el premio de TCC de 35 mil millones es fundamental para ayudar a transformar el sur de Los Ángeles en una comunidad más resistente y próspera que esté formada por nosotros y para nosotros. Muchísimas gracias por darme este testimonio.
Fabiola or Leticia? You have the ability to provide translation on that comment? We'll work through that, and we will move to the next commenter. That is Ryan Trabucco.
Hey, good afternoon. I am Ryan Trabucco with the Office of San Diego County Supervisor Vice Chair Nora Vargas, and I am glad to be here to recommend support for the Spring Valley Seeds County of San Diego application that would establish a new dynamic between the county and the communities we serve. For far too long, an interactive community engagement model for planning, land use, and development in the unincorporated communities of our county has been absent. Last year, our San Diego County Board of Supervisors introduced bold climate and sustainability goals, and Vice Chair Nora Vargas introduced the establishment of an Office of Environmental and Climate Justice that seeks to elevate community needs with priority on our most impacted environmental justice communities. These initiatives were the first of their kind in our county's history. Together with the direction by the Board of Supervisors to create a vision for climate and sustainability, our Land Use and Environment Group staff has done a fantastic, tremendous job of advancing the new Office of Sustainability and Environmental Justice for all of our county enterprise, with a focus to work collaboratively with our communities and across jurisdictions across our county. We're proud to have an opportunity to begin working with Spring Valley as the first community under these new values, and we hope to set the example for how our county can work with all communities in the future. Staff has put together a great proposal, which we hope is recommended for funding. And if the application is successful, we look forward to elevating what is best for the community, what's best for the county, and to advance the collaboratives in Spring Valley. And thank you again, everybody here at the Strategic Growth Council for considering this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sandy Bonilla.
Okay, can you hear me?
We
Hello?
can hear you.
Oh, okay, thank you. Gracias. My name is Sandra Maria Bonilla, and I'm the founder of the Urban Conservation Corps, and this is a great big support for the city of Coachella. And one of the things that I really wanted to get on and talk about is just how needed the TCC is in the city of Coachella. And while we didn't get funded, the funds are desperately needed, especially with the workforce development, especially for the housing and for the community. The city of Coachella truly engaged the community, reached out to the young people, reached out to the elderly, put a vision together, and really reflected what our needs were in our community. I advocate also for the youth, and as Jen Prado said earlier, that the need for workforce development is huge. I've been an advocate for at-risk youth in California and in the Inland Empire and in the city of Coachella for years, and I see the need to continue and to bring in those transformative dollars into an area. And also what our mayor, Steve, had mentioned is that our area is underserved, and we really hope that in the next round of funding that we do look at a lens through equity to see that our smaller communities really do need those transformative funds, and especially for the underserved areas. And so our community backs up the city of Coachella, and we look forward again for round 5. So thank you and God bless.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Kimberly Wormsley. Councilmember Wormsley, are you with us? We can come back. We'll hear from Patricia Carrillo next.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Awesome, thank you. Good afternoon, Vice Chair and Council members. My name is Patricia Carrillo, and I am the Director of Development and External Relations with Alianza Coachella Valley. I first want to congratulate the applicants who are being recommended today. I'm really humbled and honored to be part of the City of Coachella's Coachella Prospera application alongside many great partners who together we are dedicated to making sustainable and positive changes in the lives of our communities. Although we unfortunately were not recommended for this round of funding, we are excited and really thankful for the continuous support that we have received from SGC and our TA support to be able to improve our application to hopefully be considered for funding with the remaining funds and future funding opportunities. We continue to be committed to our community to ensure that our community needs are uplifted and met, as well as continuing to make sure that our vision, our commitment to making sure that all stakeholders are involved in the process continues as well. So thank you so much for your time, and we're looking forward to the continuous support so that we can be considered for future funding opportunities.
Our next commenter is Edgar Garcia. Edgar, if you're in the Zoom, could you raise your hand? We will return instead back to Kimberly Wormsley. Without those two here, we are through the virtual public comment, and we will begin in-person public comment. I'm going to read off 3 names at a time, and if those individuals whose names I read off could come and land up next to the podium next to me, you'll have 2 minutes, and I will call when your 2 minutes begin. So our first 3 are Stacy Gorin, Shasa Curl, and Heather Reppening. You could come to the podium, please. Stacy, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you guys for having us here today. My name is Stacy Gorin. I'm the Executive Director with the Southern California Mountains Foundation, the umbrella organization for the Urban Conservation Corps, which you've heard from some of our partners and participants. So we're here today to advocate what you've heard from Mayor Steve Hernandez and many of the partners from the Coachella Valley. We're grateful to be a part of their proposal for TCC. And first and foremost, I just wanted to thank the Strategic Growth Council and their staff for all their hard work on the application review process, and also would like to congratulate all the selected participants. While Coachella Prospera was not selected, I wanted to take this opportunity to thank the City of Coachella and their team for all of their hard work in building a strong coalition of partners that are committed to climate resiliency, and also including a project that is near and dear to our organization's heart in their proposal. Since 2015, the Urban Conservation Corps of the Inland Empire has been engaging young people, as you've heard, ages 18 to 26, in conservation work in the Coachella Valley. Through paid job training and education, we are creating the next generation of climate stewards. The proposal included a permanent facility for workforce development in the Coachella Valley, which is very needed, as you've heard, and it would solidify the work we're doing and also create many opportunities for future generations. So we know that with these opportunities for future funding through the Strategic Growth Council, we'll be able to have a facility that the young people in the Coachella Valley can be proud of as they work to better themselves and better their community. We look forward to working on strengthening our proposal with the City of Coachella and also the SGC. Thank you so much for this time, and we look forward to future rounds.
Thank you. Next is Shasa Curl.
Pretty close, Shasa Curl. Good afternoon. My name is Shasa Curl. I'm the Richmond City Manager. On behalf of the City of Richmond, I would like to thank everyone involved in this process. In particular, we'd like to thank the Strategic Growth Council, SGC staff, and the review committee for the time and hard work on the Transformative Climate Communities program. Additionally, I would like to thank the city staff members and the grant partners who you can see here in their lovely blue I Heart Richmond t-shirts for all of their hard work on the Richmond Rising TCC application. The Richmond City Council and I are in full support of the Richmond Rising application receiving the TCC Round 4 award. Richmond and its partners have been at the forefront in creating interventions for climate and health within our community. We have a long history of partnerships with our co-applicants and residents in competing and completing grant-funded projects and addressing health outcomes and climate impacts in Richmond. The city is excited for this opportunity to continue to grow our partnerships and to transform Richmond in an equitable manner. The TCC grant is a game changer for the city of Richmond and our community. We are excited and committed to seeing this project to fruition. And again, thank you for your commitment to serving our community. We really appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you. While Heather is speaking, if Ignacio Gutierrez, Robin Line, and Zahira Mann could please line up, please. Thank you, Heather.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here on behalf of LA Metro. We are the transportation authority for Los Angeles County. And our CEO would have liked to have been here today, Stephanie Wiggins. She's in a board meeting, so she couldn't make it up here, but she sends her regards. One of the reasons that LA Metro is so excited about the Ecolab project in South LA that's been recommended for funding is that one of our projects is kind of the backbone for the project area, and it's a project called Rail to Rail. It's an active transportation project that is removing blight from the community, some old railway infrastructure, and is turning it into what is going to be a beautiful walking and biking path that connects folks to our new K line and to the A line. It's about $130 million of investment. It's going to be for us like the New York High Line. We call it like LA's High Line. And so we broke ground this spring. For us, I think to be able to say that when we make these kinds of investments at Metro, that we're able to leverage that and bring excitement and other investments, I think is a real win for our agency, as well as obviously for the community. I also want to say that, you know, from a climate perspective, whereas previous TCC grants in the LA area address zero emissions transportation by funding electric buses, this project articulates a different vision for decarbonized transportation. And it is a vision that takes as its foundation safe streets, shared streets, and accessible and affordable public transit. If this grant is awarded, LA Metro will receive funding to provide free transit passes to residents of this community. We've heard so much support for free transit from the community leaders developing this grant. We're very excited to be a part of this overall vision, and we thank you for the high scores. Thank you for your service and for your consideration of this truly transformative project.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ignacio Gutierrez.
Hello, good afternoon, Council. My name is Ignacio, and I'm with Scope, and I've been a resident of South LA for more than 40 years. In South LA, we have a lack of green space. There's not enough parks for our children to play around, to play, and there's also a lack of bike lanes. And there's a lot of factories in our neighborhood that pollute our air. And we need more green space to plant more trees, and that'll help with contamination and smog and all of these pollutants. Thank you so much and have a great day.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Robin Line.
Right here. I want to thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Strategic Growth Council members. I'm Robin Line. I'm a resident of South LA. I've been living there a little over 14 years, and I'm here today with Scope. And as a longtime resident, I urge the SGC members to vote for the South LA Ecolab proposal. In my community, we don't have green spaces. We don't have jobs. There's an issue of community displacement, gentrification. So it really negatively impacts the community because without green spaces, there'll be no everlasting nature. We won't be hearing the birds singing in the morning. Excuse me. Without jobs, we won't have economic growth and community growth. And with the issue of displacement and gentrification, we are losing our schools, our churches, our mom and pop shops, our neighbors, our communities. We have people who have been neighbors for years and they're being displaced, and it just brings blight. That's why I have been working with Scope to engage the community residents in conversations around this project, building a strong base of supporters, and creating a leadership development to get the people involved. And I'm excited when I can uplift stories from the front lines to share with South LA Ecolab's vision for climate resilient South Los Angeles, hear community testimonies, and project progress. This is why the $35 million TCC award is critical to help transform South LA into a more resilient and thriving community that is shaped for us and by us. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Before our next speaker, if Lorna Avila, Rico Mastrondonato, and Blanco Lucio could also line up. Here, thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Vice Chair and members of the Council. My name is Zahira Mann. I'm the President and CEO of the South Los Angeles Transit Empowerment Zone, or SLATE-Z. SLATE-Z focuses on issues of environmental sustainability and economic revitalization in South Los Angeles, working with around 100 public-private partners. SLATE-Z is also one of the 22 federally designated promise zones throughout the nation. Each zone focuses on a high poverty area and a select urban, rural, or tribal community. Today, we are proud to serve as the strategic advisor for the proposed South LA Ecolab project. We have worked on these issues for years with incredibly strong partners, ranging from local South Los Angeles community groups and residents to those with a broader reach. And you will hear from many of them today, and I'm happy that you've already heard some of their stories. The South LA Ecolab project is rooted in the South LA Climate Commons TCC Round 2 Planning Grant, which supported and highlighted residents' voices to shape South Los Angeles into a greener and healthier community. Building on and learning from this, the South LA Ecolab proposal comes out of years of community-led discussions and strong cross-sector collaboration that have led to a unified vision. As a result of these years of work and partnership, there is consensus around the vision for the South LA Ecolab as a place-based, resident-centered economic investment with workforce opportunities that catapult South Los Angeles as a leader in climate change mitigation. The South LA Ecolab is eager to implement a climate action plan that is resident-focused and transformative projects that support climate change mitigation and inclusive economic development. Our community has been waiting for this moment for years. Thank you for this opportunity to be here today. Thank you so much for the staff recommendation. Thank you for attending the site visit and for coming and feeling the heart of our community and why this is so important at this specific point in time. We support the staff recommendation to invest in the South LA Ecolab project and urge the council to vote yes. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Lorna Avila and I'm the Environmental Justice Planner for Chill South LA. Chill South LA, alongside many other amazing organizations, form the South LA Ecolab. I'm sure that the South LA Ecolab is well equipped to ensure climate resiliency for the South LA community. Thank you so much, and we look forward to partnering with y'all.
Thank you. Next is Rico. My apologies.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Blanca Lucio. Soy residente del sur de Los Ángeles y miembro de Scott y Trust South Los Ángeles. He estado viviendo en el sur de Los Ángeles por más de 10 años. Como residente desde hace mucho tiempo, insisto a los miembros del Consejo de Crecimiento Estratégico a votar por la propuesta de Sur Los Ángeles Ecolab la expansión de los vehículos eléctricos y los programas de bicicletas y compartidas y el programa de pases gratuitos, las instalaciones de techos frescos, paneles solares, la implementación de árboles son iniciativas clave para ayudar al sur de Los Ángeles a alcanzar la resiliencia climática. Los fondos de TCC de 35 millones es fundamental para ayudar a transformar el sur centro de Los Ángeles en una comunidad más resistente. A nombre de todos los residentes de Sur Central y las organizaciones involucradas, que es SCOP, Trust South Los Ángeles, SAGE, les damos las infinitas gracias a todos ustedes por su gran apoyo. Gracias.
Thank you. Next is Rico.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair and members and SGC staff. Rico Mastrodonato, I'm the Legislative and Policy Director for the Trust for Public Land, and I'm on Team Richmond. But I'm actually old enough to have been working in the legislature when Autumn Burke ran 2722, which seems like a lifetime ago, the enabling legislation that created the Transformative Climate Community Program. We also sponsored the Senator Leva's Technical Assistance Climate Collaboratives Program in your shop. So we, the Trust for Public Land works a lot in disadvantaged communities, and we have projects, loads of projects in Richmond, but also Serenity Park in South Los Angeles, and are working right now in Stockton. So I just want to thank and congratulate the awardees. First of all, I want to thank you guys. I want to thank your staff. I can tell you the application for this program is outrageously complicated. So the evaluations of the applications have to be equally outrageously complicated, and having to offer the technical assistance, which in my view is really the key to making sure all of these programs work. I mean, every single climate program is targeted to the most under-resourced communities. Those are not the communities that have grant writers or capacity to be competitive against well-resourced places. So you have to do that. And to hear that you're going to do more of it is really important. The fact that you've done such an incredible job so that cities like Stockton, South LA, and Richmond can compete is also incredible. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next three speakers are Glakira Lopez, Ricardo Mendoza, and Mark Wilson, if you could line up.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Glafira Lopez. I'm a community organizer with Strategic Actions for a Just Economy. As an organizer who gets to work face-to-face with communities in South Central, I urge the Strategic Growth Council to vote for the South LA Eco Lab proposal, and I thank you already for the consideration that you've taken for it. Every Tuesday during our tenant action clinic, I get to come face-to-face with community members in South Central and hear about the strong displacement pressures combined with the need for investment in their communities and the desire to stay, as well as a desire to better their neighborhoods. This is what I hear every single Tuesday. The programs and the services that the South LA Eco Lab proposal will offer is an answer to the real effects of environmental racism and the history that it has in our communities. The displacement avoidance plan within this proposal will help ensure that the tenants and businesses that have fought for these same programs and services for decades will be able to stay and thrive in these communities. This will be done through Know Your Rights education services for residential and commercial tenants, and it will include eviction defense services, which are vital. Like I said, every single Tuesday we hear people coming in with the pressure that they have to leave. Our strategies will also include working on policies to protect existing tenants and small businesses in the corridor, with things such as the right to counsel, again, essential, and a right to return, which protect existing tenants from displacement in the area. Because of these dire needs, I again urge you all to vote for the South LA Eco Plan. Thank you.
Ricardo Mendoza.
Thank you. And actually, if it's fine, it'll be Ricardo Mendoza and Mark Wilson. We're part of the same organization. We figured in the interest of time. Ricardo Mendoza, Chief Business Development Officer at Coalition for Responsible Community Development.
Good afternoon, Council. Mark Wilson, President and CEO with the Coalition for Responsible Community Development. We are a place-based community development corporation in South LA. We're humbled and excited to be part of the South LA Eco Lab. Our organization, as a place-based community development corporation, has been in South LA for more than 15 years, providing and developing affordable housing, providing intensive workforce development, which Ricardo will go in as part of the South LA Eco Lab, and doing a host of economic development related projects that improve small businesses in the community as a whole. So thank you for considering and voting for, hopefully, the South LA Eco Lab. Ricardo.
All right, thank you. Again, we're excited for the opportunity that this transformative climate project is going to bring to the community. It really will transform the lives, and in our effort is the workforce development and economic opportunity that will be created in the South LA Eco Lab, but it will also have a lasting impression in the overall South LA region. Within our proposal, we're looking at providing direct support to 100 paid trainees to go into the green construction and solar installation fields, but we'll also transcend that in partnership with one of our key partners in South LA, and that's LA Trade Tech College. So we do urge the council to highly consider the South LA Eco Lab. We're excited for the partnership and look forward to doing great work collectively in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers are Achini Bandara, Viana Rogers, Eileen Garcia. You could approach the lectern, please.
Good afternoon, council members, staff, and meeting attendees. My name is Achini Bandara, and I'm the Development and Strategic Partnerships Director for Grid Alternatives North Valley. First, I want to thank the Strategic Growth Council for creating and continually funding the Transformative Climate Communities mechanism. Grid Alternatives, as a statewide organization, is grateful for the opportunity to provide our mission-aligned single-family, multifamily affordable housing solar installation and workforce development services within several TCC communities. I am here today to speak specifically in support of Stockton Rising. The Stockton Rising partners have built valuable momentum over the past year, even through the challenges posed by the continuing pandemic and the unprecedented inflation. But our work needs to continue in order to make a lasting impact. Grid's work within Stockton Rising provides not only environmental benefit through greenhouse gas reduction, but incredible economic benefit to families who need it most. We want to also thank SGC for hearing, acknowledging, and taking into consideration the challenges that organizations have faced on the ground, and reflecting that in the improved guidelines for round 4. Moreover, since our initial engagement in Stockton, we have been invited to join 2 additional economic and climate coalitions within San Joaquin County. So TCC has cascading effects in capacity building and strengthening partnerships within regions beyond your funding terms. I respectfully urge the council to approve the TCC staff's recommendations as they're presented. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Before Viana, if Tren Tran, Doria Robinson, and Shannon Baggard could line up, please.
Good afternoon, y'all. Y'all know we've been through something in the last 2 weeks. So I'm gonna make sure that I speak and I make eye contact with all of you guys in here. I'm so proud of us because we've been through some mental stuff in the last 2 weeks. My name is Vianna Blammer-Style Rogers. I'm a community leader in District 9. And I play with District 8 as well. I'm here for Trust South LA, and I'm also here for SAGE. MTA is one of my parent mentors of the Transportation Careers Academy in 1997. WLCAC as well is one of my sponsors. Imagine a community leader, a community organizer that is the founder of history, then, now, and later at Aspire Elementary and Los Angeles, California, South Central. A community leader that faces displacement, we have no choice but to go through the emotional crisis, the mental disturbances, and have to necessarily community gang bang with SAGE and Trust South LA and ACE and have everybody come out. As you guys seen when you came to play with us with Garcetti and Dawson and Curran Price, that I've done over 200 City of Los Angeles certificates to the 49ers and to the North Gate with my name on it. It's important that we get a grant like this because a mother like me can't work. I have full-blown lupus. I'm still a community leader. However, the right to counsel will give us the ability to put our emotions to the side. And that's probably why I was on Spectrum News all last week. And of course, the front page of the LA Times in May 2022 by Doug Smith.
Deanna, your 2 minutes are up. If we can have your final thoughts, please.
My final thoughts is thank you for coming. Thank y'all for being essential. And thank everybody in this room because we lost 2018. So for us, we had to go hard in 2022. Thank you for having us. My name is Vianna Blammer-Style Rogers. Bye-bye.
Eileen Garcia.
Hello, everybody. My name is Eileen Garcia, and I'm the Director of Forestry at Tree People. I'm here to urge the Strategic Growth Council to approve the staff recommendation for the South LA Eco Lab. As someone who has been a part of environmental action in my community, I'm excited about what this opportunity means. We've heard our community members speak about pollution, about the need for trees, and Tree People is going to work with local volunteers, local community members to plant 4,000 shade trees and to distribute 2,000 free fruit trees to community members. That's a beautiful thing. The South LA Eco Lab team, led by Slate Z and others, have demonstrated tremendous community support, and that's seen in the holistic project plan that was set forth. It's an honor and a tremendous privilege to be a part of such a holistic collaborative effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Tran.
Hello, my name is Tian Tran, and I'm a policy advocate at Community Water Center. At Community Water Center, we believe clean water is a human right, not a privilege. We work with domestic well owners who rely on groundwater for their drinking water in the Central Valley and in the Central Coast. I want to thank the TCC program for revising the guidelines to include funding for water and wastewater infrastructure and to promote coordination with local groundwater sustainable agencies. We appreciate meeting with staff this week and plan to provide comments on the revised guidelines. For groundwater dependent communities, the success of SGMA in protecting access to drinking water is critical to adapt to the changing climate. We look forward to having continued conversations with TCC staff. Thank you so much.
And if Jamie Fanous could line up. Oh, sorry, that is the wrong item. My apologies. Our next speaker is Doria Robinson.
Hello, everybody. My name is Doria Robinson. I'm the Executive Director of Urban Tilth, an urban agriculture organization based in Richmond, California, and one of the co-applicants on the City of Richmond's Richmond Rising project. I just wanted to thank the Strategic Growth Council for this opportunity to speak in favor of approving the City of Richmond's Richmond Rising project. As a majority minority and low-income city, Richmond's residents have lived for over 100 years suffering from the impacts of the fossil fuel industry due to the location of the Chevron refinery and related industries just blocks from our homes. In recent years, our air quality and health have further been impacted by the extension and deepening of wildfire season driven by drought and climate change. Our TCC proposal, Richmond Rising, is a bold vision to rewrite our own story and hopefully become one of the many examples of cities beginning the hard work of transitioning away from fossil fuels and towards climate resilience, health, and reduced emissions. Our proposal will impact air quality, help low-income residents gain access to renewable energy and water conservation technology for their homes, extend our urban forest, and support a cohort of regionally local BIPOC disadvantaged farmers who are committed to regenerative agriculture, help us bring affordable, healthy foods into neighborhoods that are now food deserts, and also extend access for residents suffering from preventable chronic diseases such as heart disease and diabetes through the VEGRX program. Our project would also sow the seeds of hope in our community by creating multiple workforce development, green jobs, youth training, and employment initiatives that will help us nurture the next generation of environmental and climate leaders who we need to transition our city from being dependent upon fossil fuels to one committed to growing the sustainable economy we all need. As a lifetime Richmond resident, a third generation Richmond resident who has committed my life to my city and to this work, I strongly encourage you to approve the staff recommendation to fund the City of Richmond's Richmond Rising project. Thank you so much.
Our last in-person speaker is Shannon Thagard.
Hello, my name is Shannon Thagard, and I'm with the Tuolumne County Transportation Council. I would like to thank you for your recommendation of Chicken Ranch Rancheria's project for funding. I know Joanna and her team put a lot of effort into the application, and the project itself is going to be really vital for us, helping improve the lives of the disadvantaged individuals in our community. I would strongly encourage you to approve the recommendation for funding in our small rural area. It is really important to us, and we're really thankful. Thank you.
We've had an additional commenter sign up, Deborah Murphy.
Thank you. Yes, Deborah Murphy. I'm a TCC grant coordinator. I've had the pleasure of working now on 4 applications: Watts, Pacoima, Green Together, Riverside's East LA Climate Collaborative, and now with South LA Ecolab. I want to thank SGC and the staff for an incredible program. I've worked on lots of grant efforts, and it is very complicated, but you're asking for a very complicated set of improvements. And I want to encourage you to continue this wonderful program that brings funds to disadvantaged communities across the state of California. You should be very proud of yourself. Scheherazade, I got to work with a lot in past applications, and Sophie and other staff, Sarah, and during this round. So I really want to thank you for a wonderful program that's thoughtful and comprehensive, and will help transform communities across Los Angeles and then across California. We want it to all come to LA. And I'd like to encourage you to vote in support of the South LA Ecolab project. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to return to 2 virtual comments. Our first virtual comment is returning to Leanne Hatton. Leanne, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Good afternoon. My name is Diana Venable. I'm speaking for Leanne Hatton with Chicken Ranch Rancheria. Our community planning for health and safety project in partnership with Blue Zones and Tuolumne County Transportation Council will help create space for the Jamestown community and the Chicken Ranch Tribal Nation to come together to reflect on the challenges facing our community related to health and safety. It will give us the opportunity to discuss the steps we can take as partners to address these challenges. This grant opportunity will lay the foundation of the work plan needed by Chicken Ranch and Jamestown to create healthy, livable spaces dedicated to reducing greenhouse gas emissions and that parallel with the regional plans and regional actions. Conversations have already started and include ideas about safer walking paths, easier and better access to fresh fruits and vegetables, and access to healthier modes of transportation. We hope that you will support our project, and we thank you for your time and consideration.
Our final commenter is Edgar Garcia.
Hi, everyone. This is Edgar Garcia calling from Richmond, California. And I am concerned that Richmond City Council candidate Doria Robinson will be managing $10 million of this grant while sitting on the city council. Has the Strategic Growth Council been informed that she has been running for city council since early August? Did you know her significant other is also managing part of that $10 million? It is my understanding that the city of Richmond is looking into this, but as of now, it does not look like any actions have been taken to address this conflict of interest. I'm here to request that the SGC still award this grant to Richmond, but ensure that state conflict of interest laws are followed. Why are people running for office when they have such huge contracts with the agency they intend to serve? Thank you.
Vice Chair, we have no more public comment.
Right, thank you. And with that, I want to turn to my council members for discussion or any comments or questions that you want to raise at this time. Yes.
Well, first and foremost, I just want to thank the members of the public, both virtually and here in person. When we're talking about public engagement and showing up and the collaboration that they have with SGC staff, it's very telling the commitment that communities have to the grant projects and that the staff have to ensure that communities are moving forward. So I just want to say muchísimas gracias para las personas que estuvieron aquí, las personas que dieron su testimonio. Es muy importante su testimonio, pero muy importante también escucharlos aquí en presente. Así que gracias las personas que están con nosotros virtualmente. Estoy realmente muy agradecido y conmovido por los comentarios que se han hecho el día de hoy en favor de sus comunidades. Así que gracias and thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Appreciate those comments. I was going to also note that it was inspiring and very thoughtful, and I love the enthusiasm. I want to be there to see every one of those ribbon cuttings. Well, not to prejudge the vote. Secretary.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Vice
That's gonna
Chair.
fire me.
Yeah, I too want to echo my appreciation to everybody that's here. Thank you for your presence. Thank you for making the journey to Sacramento. For the folks that joined us by virtually or called in, thank you for participating and sharing your perspective. It really does make a difference for us to hear directly from you. It really brings to life when we talk about our sort of policy priorities and the components of this program. We started off with a report from staff speaking to the importance of TCC being community-led. We saw that today, right? And we heard about how each of these projects have ensured a level of meaningful community participation and community decision-making. Second piece, a deep collaboration. We saw that today, and I was so pleased to also see the level of engagement of nonprofit organizations and community-based organizations that oftentimes have a deeper and more kind of stronger pulse with community and trust. We also had the presence of residents that live in these communities that see the benefit of these projects. The third was around capacity, right? TCC is about also ensuring that we have applicants that are going to be able to implement and execute. And we clearly heard that today. And then the fourth was just about being comprehensive and being holistic, from housing to transit to addressing the environment, to also looking at these efforts as ways of promoting civic engagement and deeper ownership. I'm just, very delighted and excited to see these projects. I'm excited with the 3 implementation projects that are being recommended. Also, thanks to the staff for thinking about ways to stretch the dollars to make more funding available to provide planning grants. I think it is important for us to continue to seed these types of efforts in community. And then for applicants that applied and did not score high enough, I really also appreciated the comments of a sense of understanding that this is a competitive process and that we have limited resources, but also a sense of hope that you're intending to come back and apply again. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. Other council members? Okay, and Shereen.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. First, I want to congratulate and thank Lynn and Saharnaz and Sophie and Jerry Rivero for the work that you've done in making this happen. I've been looking forward to this very much for the last 64 days since I had the privilege of seeing the evaluation visit down in South LA. Congratulations to Richmond Rising and to Stockton Rising and to Coachella and the other applicants. I would simply suggest what I think the good people of South LA would suggest, and that is stick with the process, because sometimes the most amazing dreams just don't come true right away. But if you stick with it like the people from South LA did, then good things can happen, because this is South LA's second attempt to get this award. When we learn more about climate change, and how it's going to affect us, how it already is affecting us, it's easy to become despondent. And that's understandable. And I've certainly found it hard to resist the temptation to become despondent the more we learn about it, particularly when one looks around and sees what appears to be a paucity of real climate action. And then on August 24, I took up the invitation to go visit this evaluation visit, and I've been an optimist ever since, because I think I've seen the future. And I believe that one day in the not too distant future, people from all over California and beyond are going to come down to South LA, and they're going to visit you, and they're going to want to see and feel the vision that you are about to make real. This to me is a historic moment. It's a moment of redress and atonement, really, because Richmond, Stockton, South LA, places like this, these are vestiges of a civilization based on economies of extraction. And now we've come to the culmination, what appear to be finally the sunset of the age of extraction, as we transition to a new possibility. And I think I saw a glimpse of that possibility down in South LA on August 24. I could not be happier for all of you folks for sticking with it and for working together to make this happen. As you all know, down in LA, we've had a tough couple of weeks recently, but those politicos aren't real. This is real. This is the way it's supposed to be, where people who have temporary power get out of the way and let people who live in the communities let you come up with the vision. And our job is to simply make sure that the resources that you're paying for anyways come back to you so that you can show the rest of us what kind of future is in store for us. So I want to congratulate all of you for your work. And I feel like Santa Claus today. It's
almost time. It's almost time.
It's been a long time, long time coming, but you guys have really earned it. And it's really stunning to bask in your leadership. Thank you.
Shireen?
Frank, I'm also in the running for the role of Santa Claus today. So just so you know, want to thank all of you so much for coming out today, for the comments you made. I don't take lightly the effort that you put in to get here, especially those of you coming from South LA. I know it's a long journey, but even more than that, thank you for the incredible work you're doing in communities on the ground to create change. I know that that's really the hard work and I really, really appreciate and we value the work that you're doing in communities. Fully agree with the recommendations that staff have made on the awards. Thank you to Sophie and the team for everything you've been doing. Also support the suggestion for how to use the remaining funds. And also in terms of the focus on technical assistance, I think that is so incredibly important because it helps level the playing field. Obviously, the proposals recommended for award today are really strong and powerful, and I'm sure many of them receive technical assistance, but I'd love to also see smaller communities, less resource communities like Coachella in the future also be successful in their grant applications. Thank you.
Other comments? If not, I'm ready to entertain a motion in a second on the recommendations of staff on the trust. Sorry.
No worries.
I'm so sorry, Serhanas. I'm so sorry. I knew you were there. I can feel you looking down on me.
I'm sorry for not being there in person. I want to also thank you everyone for attending the meeting and taking the time to provide their comments. It really, really means a lot for us to know that you're taking time during your busy day to be here with us and comment on what is an important initiative on our SGC. One thing that I want to kind of like leave this comment section with is one, the repeat applicants, South LA and Richmond and Stockton, really means a lot that you have put so much effort into this, especially South LA that has been trying to get this money since 2018. And I have observed your community engagement during the pandemic, how meaningful and how much you have really tried to reach to your communities and provide support and still move this important initiative forward. I'm truly happy to see that you're getting this money today. It was like really heartbreaking when you didn't get it the first round, but seeing you moving it and getting it today means a lot for all of us. The other thing that I also wanted to mention is kind of like continuing on Frank's comment that I am really hoping that as a whole, as a Californian, and especially the disadvantaged communities, we will continue to be mindful of not recreating any racism again, and like kind of like thinking about how we can be thoughtful, inclusive in this process. What happened in LA was very heartbreaking for many of us that is in this field, and I'm hoping that it was a wake-up call to make sure that this wouldn't happen again, and we're kind of like coming together as a community and supporting each other, especially the communities that need each other more than any time right now. And finally, I want to thank the governor for his really thoughtful budget in supporting this community with providing dollars for housing. In the first round of this TCC, we had to pay a lot of dollars to housing projects, which is like, I'm so grateful to see that there are other money in the pipeline to support those dollars, and our money is going to the areas that are gaps and can kind of like build up on what is provided to other agencies. And appreciate the governor's support for affordable housing and supporting these communities to access the housing, which is like human right, in my opinion. And hopefully the TCC money will go far to fill the gaps in other areas that's needed. And thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, Nicole.
I'd like to move the item in the staff recommendation. I also just want to echo everything that's already been said and highlight that I have been a public member for 4 years, and I've always viewed TCC as kind of the heart and soul of this agency, but it was always the underdog. Ever since I was here, it was the program that had the least attention, the least amount of love, not from staff. Staff has always been invested in this program, and I think the cabinet secretaries as well, but the legislature just wasn't there, and we're struggling to get funding year after year. And it's really because of the community that things completely turned around. And now the governor brags about the program. You can just feel he's completely shifted in how he views this approach as the solution. As Councilmember Cardenas said, like this is the future. This is the vision. This is the only way we're going to be surviving and thriving in the years ahead. And so I really want to give credit to everybody, but especially the community, because I think y'all have been knocking on the doors of your elected leaders for so many years that finally they just gave a tsunami of funds to this program. And that's been really beautiful to watch. So kudos to everybody here. And I can't wait to see all the outcomes of everything you're doing. And then the final just takeaway I had is that, again, as others have said, that you all are truly demonstrating like what's possible, because as we're seeing an erosion of faith in institutions and government and our ability to, counter all these kind of negative forces, just this is it. This is the antidote. This is the way forward. And so I think you're not only modeling for your community or the state of California, but really like everywhere around the world. So I know that's like no big deal, no pressure. Everything depends on your success. No, you're already doing it, and so you're just giving me faith, because I think we all are. There's a lot of it's struggle to remain optimistic, and so I just think you all it is the solution is from the ground up. Period. End of story. And so you guys are showing that, and I'm just thrilled to make the motion and ready to vote.
Thank you for that motion. Could we add world peace into that? May I have a second?
Vice Chair, I'd love to have the honor of the second. The who, what, when, where, why has been remarkable, but what's truly extraordinary is the how this has come across in collaboration. So a second with full heart.
Yeah. All right, Matt, do you want to call a roll, please?
Thank you. Councilmember Capretz?
Yes.
Councilmember Cardenas?
Yes.
Secretary Castro Ramirez?
Yes.
Deputy Secretary D'Souza?
Yes.
Chief Deputy Mirsasad?
Yes.
Assistant Secretary Moreno Rivera?
Yes.
Secretary Omashakin?
Yes.
Chancellor Munoz? Vice Chair Ross?
Yes.
Deputy Director Radhakrishna?
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That was very well deserved. And I hate to be the party crusher here, but I owed the council a break over an hour ago. And I'm going to ask them that if you need to excuse yourself for a momentary break, please take it. But I'm not going to do a formal break. We're going to try to get through the rest of our agenda by 4:30, because I know we have transportation schedules and other things. But I felt it was very important that we make sure that we get through our public comments, and you can see how meaningful they were. So with that, I'm going to move to action item number 7, which deals with the California Agricultural Land Equity Task Force. We're going to hear from staff on recommendations to support the task force and a budget that would be allocated from the Strategic Growth Council Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund allocation. So with that, I'd like to move to staff. Who's making, I'm sorry, Sean, Lynn and Sean, are you doing the presentation? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Austin.
Appreciate everyone's cooperation. If you
Kennedy.
need to leave, please do so as quietly as you can.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair and members of the council. It's a tough act to follow, I must say. So the item here is the newly announced California Agricultural Land Equity Task Force. Not to belabor this point, but historically, socially disadvantaged farmers across California have had a hard time when it comes to access to land, as you, Secretary Ross, well know. Building on that, the Farmer Equity Act of 2017, the launch or the new role for the CDFA Land Equity Advisor, developed recommendations to the legislature how to improve land access for socially disadvantaged farmers across the state. These recommendations are strong, but as it stands, there's no real resources or support for implementation there. Next slide, please. Okay. So announced in the 2022 budget, as Will Robinson announced previously, was a $1 million one-time investment for a 3-year, 13-member task force. This, will provide those impacted by inequities of land access a direct voice in shaping future policy decisions with a view, as mandated, to submit recommendations to the legislature in 2026. Next slide, please. So the task force will be composed of 13 members, majority public members, a range of Native and tribal liaisons, land trust representatives, and individuals with expertise in the areas of socially disadvantaged farmers and ranchers. Next slide, please. So I'm bustling along here so we can. So nomination process will open November 1st, close December 15th. SGC staff will be running a rolling screening of applications as they come in to ensure that we're getting a broad breadth of geographic and socio-demographic representation on the task force. We'll be bringing the 5-member review committee will submit recommendations to council for the February 2023 meeting. Next slide, please. So this task force has great potential. One, to better understand and address the historical inequities of land access across California, but to go beyond that and critically examine the viability and efficacy of new and existing policy solutions, including those that have been put forth already by the CDFA Land Equity Advisor, but also those that will come through the task force. In addition to that, there are great opportunities here to promote sustainable land use practices, and in doing so, sustain greenhouse gas emissions in agriculture and food systems more generally. However, meeting those additional objectives beyond merely understanding and identifying historical inequities requires resources that are not covered in the $1 million budget. Next slide, please. So the proposed budget allocation, so the $1 million that's included in the budget, based on our analysis, will cover the support necessary for the task force for its basic operations, including travel, stipends, listening sessions, and meeting spaces. In addition to that, consulting services, including language access and engagement, some technical assistance, and SGC personnel required to administer a Bagley-Keene body such as the council, which, as Matt Reed well knows, is quite time-consuming. So in addition to that, staff are recommending an additional $2.25 million from SGC's Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund allocation. This funding would be used specifically to identify and trial opportunities for new and existing recommendations. In other words, take the task force from 13 people talking for 3 years into action, applying some of those recommendations that have been put forward by CDFA, applying some of those recommendations that the task force will develop through an action-oriented research model built off SGC's climate change research program. So this would include pilot projects, community research partnerships, additional technical assistance, and SGC personnel required to support that effort. Next slide, please. So the recommended action is to approve the staff recommendation to supplement the general fund 1 million one-time investment in the California Agricultural Land Equity Task Force announced in the 2022 budget with an additional 2.25 million from SGC's Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund allocation. I'll turn it to Matt for public comment.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, Sean. If members of the public would like to comment on this item, please submit a public comment card at the table, or to make virtual public comment, please visit sgc.ca.gov/meetings and complete the public comment form. I will pass it back to the Vice Chair.
Thank you. So with that, I want to initiate a council discussion. I know I'd like to make a few comments myself, but did I see Chancellor? Did you already push your button? I saw yours first, so you get to go first.
I just have a question on the $1 million. There's a category to pay for consultant services, professional services, and SGC personnel. So what percentage do you think would be exhausted on consultant services, and why would we pay any amount to SGC personnel out of this $1 million?
Thank you. So the SGC personnel component of that is the administration required to administer a Bagley-Keene body. So to enable the task force to operate throughout the year, it'll be meeting on a quarterly basis over the period of 3 years.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
Yeah.
Let me ask you. So aren't we required to stand up the task force?
Yes.
So if we're required to stand up the task force, why would that cost? I mean, why wouldn't that just be a normally assigned duty of SGC personnel?
That's a great question. Unfortunately, the way that we are budgeted within SGC, almost everything is on a non-ongoing basis. So our resources come with a pretty marginal ongoing appropriation, and the rest are funded project by project or initiative by initiative. So when we have additional workload that comes through the legislature or other, it often comes with accompanied resources to fund both the administrative as well as the programmatic.
Then that makes perfect sense. What happens when you exhaust? I mean, does this task force, does it sunset after a year or two?
3 years.
3 years. So this is okay. So, but what percentage do we think that consultant personnel, SGC personnel, I mean, how much is that? 900,000 of the million, in which case there's a very small amount for meetings, convenings, travel, etc., for the actual participants?
It's roughly half, that second category of the SGC personnel. And the technical and the consulting services, as I said, is related to technical assistance, but also language access services.
Did you get what you needed, Chancellor?
Well, what I prefer is the vast majority go to the task force and its use rather than administrative expenses related to supporting the task force. But I appreciate the answer you provided, Lynn. That makes sense. It would be preferable that we maximize the amount of money that we have to take this group and travel across the state and get input and what have you. But your answer makes sense, but is less than desirable.
So I agree. And I think one of the things I will note is that we were using information coming from the experience of Bagley-Keene bodies. So we used real cost information. And I think one thing I will note as well is that when we think about doing Bagley-Keene body and we think about the cost of the task force, that includes traveling, that includes going into locations so that we can be doing stakeholder engagement in a way that's really meaningful, that is focused on bringing task force members together in places where those conversations are very rich and where we're able to access stakeholders and come where they are. And so I think within those costs, it may look high from an administrative perspective, but it does represent a traveling task force where we're meeting in different locations, we're doing deep stakeholder engagement, we're providing language access, translation services, all of the things that we see as best practice to being able to maximize the public participation and stakeholder engagement for the body that is meeting.
Again, a compelling response.
All right. Vaughn, did I see anyone down here that wanted to comment? While you're making up your mind, I do want to make a couple comments. One is to make sure that we're inclusive with the list that we've been given from the legislature of members. Is there any consideration as part of this budget? All travel costs for members will be covered. Is that correct? Including as we travel around the state to listen to communities. And number two, we have found with our BIPOC advisory committee, it's very important. Many of these people are very under-resourced, small acreage, and if we could not pay a stipend for their time to be able to provide us their valuable input, it's an important consideration, and I would hope that that would be part of your budgeting process for those that might have the need for that, to make sure that we're being inclusive on that. But for council members who may not be aware, in 2020, we released the first ever Farm Equity Task Force report. We had worked through a process for several years with our Farm Equity Advisor. And number one that comes up as the biggest barrier for farming, especially for new beginning farmers and historically underserved farmers, is access to land. Even if you can create a direct-to-consumer market, if you do not have a long-term lease, you can lose that lease in a year. And especially with land values and competing uses for that land, makes it very, very challenging to have a sustainable business model and to keep those markets in place, let alone the high cost of that. So this continues to be the number one issue we hear about. And yet I do believe that the Strategic Growth Council, with the resources that we bring, the creative thinking that we bring, and I will have to point out several of the projects we heard about today have intentionality around access to healthy, locally grown food. Urban farming provides a very important outlet for many new beginning farmers and for many immigrant farmers. And so I think if we think very, very creatively about the places where we're making sure that access to healthy food is baked into the system, it may help us come up with some even more creative opportunities for that. So I'm just enthusiastic about this being on our agenda, and I appreciate the staff's recommendations. With that, yes. Yeah, before I go to public comment.
Yeah, is this part of the discussion section with the questions, or is this an?
Yes, I just made it that way, sorry.
God,
I was on my soapbox and it felt so good.
No, our staff internally had an opportunity to review the nomination and review process. And if there's an opportunity after this meeting, we do have some suggestions for language choice and just for consistency and where we're trying to take this forward. So I know looking at the question is how do we ensure that it's the outcomes advance land equity? Well, there's elements of how we also frame, and we have some clarifying questions that you can walk us through. I know we have several questions that you could walk us through. We would appreciate that.
Madam Chair, can I ask a follow-up?
Yes.
And just so I'm clear, so it's 1 million for the committee over 3 years, 50% sort of administrative cost, 500,000 over divided over 3 years, 500,000. So you think annually over 3 years, you've got to divide that 500,000 for administrative costs for the task force.
Trying to remember, but I think it is roughly split equally over those 3 years.
Well, it's got to be divided by 3, right?
We'd be happy to provide more detailed
I'm
numbers.
just curious.
Yeah.
Again, I always pay attention to administrative cost.
Yeah.
Because they seem to be excessive in all industries, across all sectors, mine included. So I'm just asking the question, but that's what you think, 50% for different kinds of sport, 50% administrative cost, but divided over 3 years, the 1 million, or is it 1 million every year?
No.
That's right. Okay.
It is one point of clarification. It is 0.8 of a full-time individual, that position over 3. So it's not even a full person whose time is devoted to this work.
Right. Johannes?
Thank you. I just want to first thank SGC for coming up with this creative solution and how we can make this effort more meaningful. Obviously, $1 million is not enough to have a meaningful engagement with the farmers to understand the need on the ground. Adding this 2 million would help to get this initiative up and running. I also want to request the SGC staff members to have a continuous report back to the council on the impact of this task force and how we can communicate the impact of the legislators. So the resources for the task force, if we think that it's valuable resource, should continue through the legislative action in future. And thank you so much for bringing it to the council.
Yeah. Yep. Appreciate this being brought forward and the focus on making it action oriented. And so having some pilots on this could really be informative for a lot of people who have made the list of things that are the challenges without really going to the next step to problem solving. So with that, I'd ask for public comment. Do we have public comments?
We do have public comment on this item. I'll begin the public comment period with remote comment first. I think we have about 5 public commenters on this item, and then we will move to in-person. Our first public comment on this item remotely is from Melody Ng. Melody, are you able to hear us? We will come back. Michael Jared.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. Well, I wanted to thank the council and the staff for this proposal. I'm Michael Jared. I'm the lobbyist and also a member for the Community Alliance with Family Farmers. We strongly support the staff recommendation and urge the council to approve item number 7 and look forward to working with them on the task force. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Beth Smoker.
Hi. Thank you, Council. My name is Beth Smoker. Hi, Matt. I'm the Policy Director with the California Food and Farming Network. We're a network of over 40 organizations across the state, working together to build a movement centered on racial equity to transform the food and farming system through state policies. I'm calling in support of the additional $2.25 million in order for the goals of the task force to be fully achieved, and in order to have well-resourced stipends and equitable participation, like many council members just mentioned today, and to thank Secretary Ross for lifting up the Farmer Equity Act and the high need for land tenure and its connections to a thriving food system. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. Before our final virtual speaker, if Jamie Fanous could approach the lectern for our in-person, our final virtual speaker is Carlos Gomez.
Hi. Well, thank you very much for allowing us the opportunity to speak on item 7. Thank you, council members, for your consideration for this item. I'm calling in from Fresno, California, here with Central California Environmental Justice Network. And as you all know, we're endearingly called the cornucopia of the nation. So food production here is absolutely essential to our country. And this task force can address a lot of the issues that have been described in the background here. But also, like you mentioned, Secretary Ross, there's a nice way for this project and this task force to fit in a holistic approach to all the other programs that the council has. So I'm calling in support for the additional funding that the staff has put together and recommended for the council. So thank you so very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thanks for those comments, Carlos.
Jamie?
Hi, y'all. My name is Jamie Fanous. I'm the senior advocate and organizer with the Community Alliance with Family Farmers. We are a nonprofit, California-based nonprofit that provides technical assistance to California's small scale, historically underserved farmers up and down the state. We also do a lot of policy advocacy, and we represent over 8,000 small scale farmers. As the secretary has mentioned, land access and land security are essential to the existence of our farmers. We lose at least 4 farmers a day due to development pressure, due to corporate consolidation, due to massive pressures. And without creating some solutions to address this issue. We are looking at a future that these farmers don't exist. These farmers markets, you go to your local farmers market, those won't exist. The increase in land costs, warehouse development, it's extremely overwhelming for these growers. A year ago today, I would say we had a coalition that came together and said, how are we going to solve this problem? And that kind of began this idea around this task force. And I'm extremely thrilled that it's only taken a year to get to this. And we're having this conversation right now at this level. And we'll actually create some solutions to address this and actually see a future for a lot of our farmers and farm workers who actually transition to become our small scale farmers and supporting them to actually create viable businesses. So all that to say, I really urge you to support this item and support the recommendation made by the SGC staff. And we're really excited to work with you all to make this task force a success. So thank you.
Thanks for that.
Thank you, Jamie. We'll return one more time to Melody Ng. Melody, are you with us? Doesn't seem like we have Melody on the call. That's it for public comment on this item.
All right, great. So with that, I would entertain a motion in a second, please.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, given all the questions, I want to be the one to make the motion. And I really appreciate the young lady who spoke a minute ago talking about small farmers. And this, Secretary Ross, our work in the Fresno and Merced corridor, the Future Food Corridor, and what we could refer to as truck farmers that are a very small parcel of land and just enough to grow. And so this is just very important. I want to be supportive. I ask my questions because I'm supportive. I want to know how to defend this and then grow it in the future. That's my question. So I'm move staff recommendation.
Chancellor, second? Second. Thank you, Nicole. Appreciate that. With that, we'll call the roll.
Councilmember Capretz?
Yes.
Councilmember Cardenas?
Yes.
Secretary Castro Ramirez?
Yes.
Deputy Secretary D'Souza?
Yes.
Chief Deputy Mirsasad?
Yes.
Assistant Secretary Moreno Rivera?
Yes.
Secretary Omashakin?
Yes.
Chancellor Munoz?
Aye.
Vice Chair Ross?
Yes.
And Deputy Director Radhakrishna?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you very much. I want to thank Sean. Thank you for your work on the program, Lynn, to you as always. But I also want to call out our CDFA Farm Equity Advisor, Thea Rittenhouse, who's a walking brainstorm on all of this kind of stuff, and Deputy Secretary Virginia Jameson, who's also been very helpful in this process. So thank you. Thanks. With that, I'm going to propose, I want to give due time for our next item, which is number 8. This is an update from staff, but it's a very important update on our racial equity action plans. And I'm going to propose that we hold item number 9 until the next meeting so that we can respect everybody's time for being here. Thank you. Karen, are we starting with you?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair and members of the council. I'm thrilled to be here today. For time, we are still going to move this along, but it's really exciting to be here with the third update on our racial equity action plan as an organization. It is always a pleasure to share with the council how we are working to 1, normalize, 2, organize, and 3, operationalize racial equity within all that we do. I am going to be brief because we have our subject matter and program manager of the Health and Equity Program team up from LA actually today, Jasmine Garcia Delgadillo, who's going to talk through this update. But what I did want to just leave you with is our excitement as an organization to be using the momentum over these last 3 years on centralizing racial equity as an organization to continue our work implementing this governor's transformative executive order on embedding equity. And so with that, I'll turn it over to you, Jasmine. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen.
Good afternoon, members of the council and the public. As Karen mentioned, I'm the Health and Equity Program Manager at the Strategic Growth Council, and really excited to provide an update on SGC's Racial Equity Action Plan. Just to be brief and for time, there are a lot of highlights and accomplishments from the Strategic Growth Council over the last year, and really encourage you all to review the staff report, where you can find a more comprehensive overview of SGC's current progress to date. So as you can see here, there have been accomplishments across all facets of the organization, including leadership, operations, and the communications external affairs team. Next slide, please. As well as our California Climate Investment Grant programs. Next slide, please. Our social and climate infrastructure grant programs. And our technical assistance and capacity building and interagency collaboration programs. So again, really encourage you all to review our staff report and also take a closer look at our presentation when you have a moment. Next slide, please. To further exemplify how SGC has developed processes and engaged in efforts to increase staff capacity and government transformation to advance racial equity, both externally and internally, we like to highlight 2 case studies. Next slide, please. The first is the Racial Equity Resource Hub, or Council Priority 1, which you all are familiar which you are familiar with. The hub builds on SGC's racial equity resolution to build a public one-stop shop of resources, best practices, and tools to help agencies, organizations, and individuals advance racial equity. And to date, we've seen significant traffic from diverse entities to resources and blog posts, and want to continue to expand on this so that it can continue to be a useful resource for entities across the state. Traffic to the blog post is also an indication of the hub being a good mechanism for the council to share updates, as well as bring transparency into the work on racial equity, and we'll continue to encourage and promote its use. Next slide, please. The second case study involves SGC's internal racial equity action plan working groups. Through the implementation of the REAP, we have found an ongoing need for internal organizing and collaborative cross-programmatic efforts to better meet our commitments. And this has led to the development of 3 internal working groups on technical assistance and contract equity, on tribal engagement and coordination, and on workforce equity. And each of these work groups has developed processes and resources to better help staff meet their commitments, and will also be an important avenue to support our work to implement the next iteration of the Racial Equity Action Plan, as well as the Governor's Executive Order on Equity. Next slide, please. And as we conclude the 2019-2022 Racial Equity Action Plan, we'd like to discuss our process to iterate and develop the 2023-2025 Racial Equity Action Plan. And some items from the current REAP are still in progress due to the need for additional time, capacity, or approval to fully complete development, while others have become operationalized and will remain a part of SGC's ongoing processes. And these will also be included in the forthcoming Racial Equity Action Plan. Additionally, all programs have developed draft goals for the 2023-2025 Racial Equity Action Plan, and these are some of the themes that have been identified across programs. To continue to promote and expand Council Priority 1, the Racial Equity Resource Hub, to expand technical assistance provision across SGC programs in alignment with Council Priority 2 on technical assistance and capacity building, to strengthen engagement with and funding accessibility for tribal communities, and to further embed race and equity-related data visualizations and storytelling within SGC's communications and programmatic messagings, as well as to improve tracking and analysis of beneficiary demographic data. And over the next couple of months, we will be working with teams to develop specific commitments for leadership, operations, communications, and programs to develop commitments around these. And that concludes our update to the council. Thank you all so much for your time. I'll now pass it on to Matt for a reminder on the public comment process before turning it back over to Vice Chair Ross and the council. Thank you.
Thank you. If members of the public would like to comment on this item, please submit a public comment card at the table, or to make virtual public comment, visit sgc.ca.gov/meetings and complete the public comment form. I will now give it back to Vice Chair Ross.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to initiate council discussion. We have a couple of questions that were posed to us by our staff. One is to hear a very brief update from you on what's happening in your agency with regard to your work on equity. And number two, any comments and suggestions you want to provide to the Strategic Growth Council, which I think has been the model of what we can all do. And by being the first to go there, we're going to look to you to continue to do that. So with that, I'd like to call on council members who wants to kick off this discussion today with a brief update from your agency. How about Natural Resources Agency, Moises?
Well, thank you, Vice Chair. I just want to say thank you to the staff, Kieran and Jasmine. Y'all have been phenomenal, and this past months since the establishment of the Racial Equity Resource Hub, it's been such an incredible resource for our departments, where the questions around already approved language, on questions on existing resources, folks just starting a pathway, where to begin, the way that it was curated. I know Health and Human Services Agency and CDPH had a lot to say. So the way that it was curated, it's very easy to follow. So kudos. And the monthly calls that we have and the regular check-ins allow us to have accountability at resources and to kind of guide our departments and kind of do a report back as well. So the intra-agency and inter-agency collaboration is extremely important. With that being said, there's been a lot of work on language access across agencies, and there's been a lot of questions surrounding if the Racial Equity Resource Hub could also have a section that allows for resource sharing on best practices on language access. And there's also been whether the hub externally, or there's mechanisms for public RFPs or public contracts that have already been approved, so that other departments or other agencies have an opportunity to see how others paved the way. So if that could serve as in addition to the great resources that already exist. Now, in regards to updates from our agency, earlier this year, we launched our Career Center. So we were able to bring in multitude of departments to bring broader alignment in our recruitment efforts and really see gaps in how we're going about our outreach, where we could align how we travel across the state, where we find, as a result, we've embarked on an expedition on career pathways in our agency as to how can we break down barriers now that we're having broader communication. Now, our staff, when I came on board, and there was a request that we needed broad visibility internally, but we needed to do it in a way that brought broader partnerships with our external the community that we serve. And this year we were able to have our agency's first Pride Month celebration in collaboration with the California Environmental Protection Agency, and had the opportunity to bring, it was a partnership between the Energy Commission, the Air Resources Board, the Water Board, the Office of the Secretary at Cal EPA, and the Office of the Secretary at CNRA, and really have both an internal convening and an external convening. We did the same thing for Latino Heritage Month, and we're planning to take the same approach for Native American Heritage Month, and there's events to follow. I do want to acknowledge that in the room we have Alex Lima. Alex Lima is a core member with the California Conservation Corps, and as part of this career pathways conversation, we were having a discussion as to how we can bring in broader, in the conversations on career pathways, how we could, at the Office of the Secretary, emulate what we're asking our departments to look at. And the Conservation Corps requested that, can an existing Corps member that's out in the field working stewardship of our environment spend 3 months out of their time in the Office of the Secretary to obtain in a very fellowship opportunity, obtain office skills, obtain executive level leadership skills via a project working with myself and his leadership. And he's our first. And the Conservation Corps is looking to different departments within our agency to have other Corps members join and have supporting in this capacity. So I have other updates, but I'm just very proud that Alex is here. He's working on an equity project on inclusive language and inclusive nomenclature, and helping us upstand a white paper for our agency and provide recommendations as to how we can be more inclusive in our language at CNRA. So thank you, Alex, for being here, and thank you for the opportunity to provide a comment.
Thank you. That's really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. From Cal Health and Human Services Agency, we want to acknowledge the pre-existing work in our agency on equity, and that over the past year, we've really advanced that agenda, updating our guiding principles. We chartered our JEDI Commission, thanks to language and inspiration from CNRA. This is our 17 departments and offices that all have equity officers. That's our community of practice. We've been implementing 20 million around language access, 4 million on an equity dashboard. And due to our expertise in language access, the governor's executive order directs us to work with the governor's government operations agency to develop recommendations for language and communication. So we take CNRA's suggestion to partner those recommendations with the Racial Equity Hub moving forward. Also, our agency has been participating in the Capital Collaborative on Race and Equity and part of the learning cohort. So we have an agency level team as well as 2 department teams from social services and healthcare access and information. My office, the Office of Health Equity within the Department of Public Health, has been having a racial equity program since 2016. We have an initiative called HEART, which really centers racial equity that we're promoting down to our local health jurisdictions as well. And overall, we really try and listen and learn from other states, from the local level, and from community partners as well. Our motto is we strive to be the best at getting better. So we're on that journey with you. And, I speak on the weekly about the Racial Equity Action Plan and my pride and joy, the concreteness of the hub as something that we can share with a lot of jurisdictions. So thank you for that. I'll make a few suggestions on the next iteration from our learnings, and really excited to build on the momentum. So the first is the idea that paying community representatives for their time and lived expertise is really a good use of our dollars. And so just like Chancellor Munoz was challenging us with the Land Equity Task Force, how are we using those dollars, and can we get the barriers out of the way? So our first suggestion is collectively, let's answer the question, how can we remove barriers for compensating community members during listening sessions, workshops, advisory boards, and other forums? So that's one thing we'd like the next iteration to take on. We do want to acknowledge how the Racial Equity Action Plan has advanced procedural equity as well as distributional equity. And our second suggestion is about distributional equity. We would really like to see the next version include and encourage numeric equity-based resource targets for communities experiencing disinvestment based on data indicators, lived experience, and local knowledge. We've used a variety of tools and indices to do so, and we'd really like to see that modeled in the next iteration so we all can follow in those footsteps. The third is to acknowledge how historic, after the murder of George Floyd and the racial justice movement across our nation, is that we really deliver with some measurable milestones to community what was already put forward when the governor signed Assembly Bill 3121 for the California Task Force to study and develop reparation proposals for African Americans. The interim report, 400 pages, already came out this June with a lot of specific recommendations, and the final report will come out next year. I would like to see some of those recommendations be synergistic with the next iteration, since they're so thoughtful, they cover all sectors and really get at the heart of racial equity and historical discrimination. And then finally, something that's really important to Secretary Galley is economic inequality racism cannot be eliminated without addressing economic inequality, which results from it. So we would like to see the next iteration explicitly aim to tackle economic inequality, particularly as we see it widening in the pandemic recovery period. So congratulations on the first Racial Equity Action Plan, and Health and Human Services, we got our arms linked with you for the next iteration.
Thank you so much, Rohan. Comments? Shireen and Secretary, please.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And thank you so much, Jasmine and Kieran, for all the incredible work you're doing in this space. You've made amazing progress on the Racial Equity Action Plan. And going forward, I'm really excited to see the continued commitment to transparency, technical assistance, capacity building as areas of emphasis in the draft REAP goals for the next iteration. I'm really excited about the advanced pay pilot. Lack of advanced payment is one of the biggest barriers for smaller community-based organizations to effectively compete for state grant programs. And we look forward to the lessons learned from that pilot so that in the future, hopefully, all state grant programs can include advanced pay. Thank you to SGC for hosting the Capital Collaborative on Race and Equity and all the other equity programs. They've been an invaluable resource for Cal EPA. It connected us to other agency leaders who were also pushing barriers and accomplishing equity in ways that we could never have imagined. In terms of embedding equity into the work of Cal EPA, let me give a few examples. In 2020, CARB signed a resolution integrating racial equity into every aspect of their work to reduce GHG emissions. This is huge. In 2021, the State Water Resources Control Board explicitly called out white supremacy and its role in perpetuating systems of exploitation and oppression of nations and people of color in their resolution to condemn racism. OEHA, the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessments, continues to implement their racial equity work plan through their Racial Equity and Environmental Justice Work Group and plans to hire 2 staff focused on racial equity, environmental justice, and assessing cumulative impacts from environmental contaminants. Other Cal EPA boards, departments, and offices are developing their own racial equity groups and or creating their own racial equity plans, and we'll keep the council updated as those plans are finalized. And as mentioned in the governor's executive order, data is an important piece of equity work. And I want to highlight just a couple examples from Cal EPA. So the Cal EPA racial equity team produced the pollution and prejudice tool, which is being widely used by agencies throughout the state. The tool highlights the intersections between racist redlining practices from the 1930s and how those practices continue to impact communities of color today. The tool includes history, mapping data, environmental enforcement data, and community stories. If you haven't seen it, please check it out. It's incredibly powerful. So those are just a few examples of the work that Cal EPA is doing. This is racial equity is completely fundamental to the work we do and how we view our role. So thanks so much for the time, for the opportunity to respond to these questions.
Thank you so much. And I want to hear from all our council members, but we do have 20 people in queue to comment. So I just want you to be mindful of that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. I will make it very brief. First of all, I want to applaud and acknowledge the leadership of Governor Newsom through the executive order on equity, provided very clear guidance in terms of doubling down in terms of our commitment to equity, to diversity, to inclusion, and to accessibility, right? And accessibility also includes access to the programs and services that we provide. As agency secretary, our agency is very committed to racial equity. We're very committed to inclusion, and we're also very committed to ensuring that we're doing everything possible to combat discrimination and hate. Within the executive order, the governor directs the Civil Rights Department, which is a department within our agency, to lead efforts around anti-hate, to stand up the Commission on the State of Hate, and we're working on that, to provide greater access to community conciliation services to ensure that there's the level of community dialogue. And of course, we're all very mindful of the situation in LA and are looking at that very closely. And also to provide greater resources to community members that are victims of hate or discrimination. And so that's just an example, right, of the level of commitment and the level of work that is happening within agency. I'm grateful that within this body, within the Strategic Growth Council, that we are continuing to make this a priority and that we're continuing to be asked as agency secretaries or as council members, what are we doing to continue to embed? How does it, oftentimes the word equity becomes just sort of this umbrella. And I think we have to be very concrete. What does that really mean in the housing space, in the civil rights space, and in the way that we deliver and provide access to the services and programs that we provide? Thank you.
Thanks so much, Secretary. Chancellor.
Well, I appreciate it. I don't manage a state agency. It's a campus.
Yeah, just a small campus.
But I will say that I think higher education is particularly sensitive to issues of equity. It has been for any number of years across the segment, not just the University of California, Cal State's, community colleges. And so I think higher education offers and particularly adroit expertise and not simply the programs, the policies, to achieve greater degrees of equity, but to maintain it and then equitable outcomes, not just equitable inputs or the perception of equitable inputs. So higher education, I think, is doing quite a bit in this space and has to be cognizant of the students that are coming in, first generation, diverse, Pell eligible, et cetera. So I think across the landscape of higher education, certainly in California, across our three major segments, you see tremendous commitment and outcomes related to equity, outcomes, not just input efforts, but outcomes. So certainly higher education in California represents a beacon of efficacy related to equitable outcomes. But the one thing I just wanted to add is in the hub, one thing that higher ed does very, very well is measure things. All things. And I wonder if there's some analytics to see what people are beginning to look at and take advantage of and access. We look at things and we look for patterns. We look for saliency to begin to identify policies that might accentuate the greatest degree of interest of some constituency. If you see, for example, Rowan talked about language that could be appropriated that's being used, then maybe that's become something that the hub wants to accentuate given the high degree of interest. But just the point of higher education, I think Rowan said it sort of on the weekly, on the daily, it's something that we have to look at. And then just in passing, people talk about the decline of higher education enrollment. And in California, mostly it's around community colleges. Several million have dropped since the pandemic. But and so we know the high correlation between community college and ethnic communities that begin there. But across higher ed, it's 7.5%. 7.5% decline in higher education enrollment. Many of which, certainly a highest percentage than ever, will be students first generation, low income, Pell, and students of color. That should get all of our attention.
Thank you, Chancellor. I could go on in my enthusiasm about CDFA. I just want you all to know how committed we are. And for us, anyone who knows any history at all about agriculture and the development of this country, you know the equity work that we need to do. So ours is equally focused internally as it is externally on implicit bias training. Every person on our staff getting implicit bias training is the first step to really making sure when we walk into a room for external audiences, we're very aware of who's there and who's not there. But also paying attention to our own staff. We do upwardly mobility programs because we know who has usually the lowest paid jobs. And it may be they don't want to be on the same career path as others, but are we doing all that we can to make sure that person feels like they are as valued as they deserve to be and that they have a pathway for however they do want to develop both personally as well as professionally. We have a DEI committee that was very active before we started all of this work, and they're just more effective now than they've ever been, as well as our disability advisory committee. That's an aspect of equity that we sometimes overlook, and especially in agriculture, we think about the physicality of the work that we do, but there's so many other opportunities like that. And then we are just we collect a lot of data, but are we collecting the right data? And does it really tell us what we need to know? Like if there were 5 things that we focus on and everybody did those 5 things, would we really make much more advances on what we want to do as opposed to collecting a lot of everything and not being able to hone in on it? So those are just a few of the areas that we're working on. I think we've had really good suggestions for you all to consider, both for the resource hub, which is valuable. And I bet if you looked at it, there's a lot of people outside of the state of California that are also finding that to be a valuable resource. So the impact goes far, and I really appreciate you for that. With that, I want to make sure we get our public commenters included in today's agenda and really appreciate them being respectful of our limited time today. Thank you.
Thank you. I will begin the public comment period with virtual public comment, and we'll begin with Melanie Morelos.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Melanie Morelos with the Green Lining Institute. We're very appreciative of OPR and SGC's leadership on this issue. The Green Lining Institute creates a future where communities of color can build wealth, live in healthy places with economic opportunity, and are ready to meet the challenges posed by climate change, with racial equity being our North Star. We are just one voice in a broad coalition of advocacy groups, researchers, and organizers dedicated to making this commission a success and an integral piece of the state's equity conversation. Historically speaking, Black, Indigenous people, and people of color have experienced centuries of inequity and institutionalized racism. The deep racial inequities that currently exist in our institutions are not coincidental. They're a product of decades of government and non-governmental policies and practices. Given that the government played a direct role in creating and perpetuating many of these inequities, the government also must play a direct role in helping identify, solve for, and eliminating them. On behalf of a broad range of stakeholders from community-based organizations and local governments, we believe OPR and SGC have a unique opportunity to correct this injustice and build upon the governor's commitment to equity. The Green Lining Institute has 2 primary recommendations we'd appreciate consideration on. One being strengthening existing practices by prioritizing community partnerships before the establishment of the committee itself. Input from our local BIPOC communities is a vital piece to the success of this commission. The second is to designate 6 to 8 staff members from OPR to implement the work of this commission. In closing, we appreciate the interagency collaboration. Ensuring diversity through the establishment of this commission will maximize success, and most importantly, it places California on a path towards anti-race programmatic work. Thank you, and we look forward to future engagement.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Sarai Jimenez.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Sarai Jimenez, and I am External Affairs Outreach Associate at the Nature Conservancy. The mission of the Nature Conservancy is to protect the lands and waters on which all life depends. Thank you to OPR and SGC's leadership for making space for public comment on the Racial Equity Commission. I'd like to note that community has seen a piecemeal approach to address systematic disparities that continue to perpetuate systemic racism. We see the disproportionate effects on underserved communities in terms of their access to nature, for example, and the effects of the climate crisis. As OPR and the governor's office are working on the implementation of the Racial Equity Commission, it is important to include community and those who have been most harmed by government processes. And the Nature Conservancy would like to encourage the Racial Equity Commission to have the appropriate number of staff to implement the goals of the commission and the appropriate amount of funding to strategically make these investments in department staff, community outreach, and input and infrastructure. And I appreciate your time and look forward to continuing to engage on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Anna Hasselblad.
Hi, everyone. My name is Anna Hasselblad. I'm the Director of Public Policy. Can you all hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, sorry. I just didn't see the time start. So my name is Anna. I'm with the United Ways of California. speaking on issue 8, in particular in respect to the Racial Equity Commission and how its work ties into the executive order on equity. I want to just start with a thank you to OPR and SGC's leadership for making space for public comment on this and the updates on the Racial Equity Action Plan. The progress is sincerely heartening, and we know there's much more we can do together. The goal of the Racial Equity Commission, as everyone knows, is to assist government to put itself on a path towards anti-racism. And it is vital that the implementation process centers this goal because it is at the heart of meaningful transformation. We know that when racial inequity is not explicitly addressed, it is often implicitly allowed to continue and replicate. Our communities are well familiar with what this does in practice when systems do not tackle systemic racism in a collective and comprehensive manner. We can easily fail our aspirations. As OPR and the governor's office are working on the implementation of the Racial Equity Commission, we offer the following recommendations, and I echo some of the comments that have been made by my colleagues, so I'll keep this brief. It's important and at paramount to include, engage, and center those who have been most adversely impacted by our public systems in the core work of the REC. Further, the REC should have the appropriate amount of funding to invest in departmental staff, community engagement and input, and infrastructure to ensure the longevity of the work of the commission, and the commission should have legal counsel to provide guidance to itself, staff, and teams across government on the work that it will take on. Thank you so much for your time and attention to this matter.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Susan Pearlson.
Hello, my name is Susan Pearlson. I'm a retired social worker and I'm also a member with Indivisible CA 45 in North Orange County. I am thankful and hopeful that there will now be a racial equity framework to address structural racism. As a social worker, the clients I served were the ones knocking on the doors of so many different entities: housing, healthcare, social security, mental health, employment, education, immigration, etc. What if you had to do this on your own? What if you had to rely on public transportation, or your car isn't reliable, or you're trying to hold on to a job? Imagine if you were not taking prescribed meds reliably, or you live in an underserved area that has limited resources and inadequate housing stock with no child care options. What if you're a person of color? What if you are a person with a developmental disability or mental illness? As Alicia Garza wrote in The Purpose of Power, there is an indignation in being invisible, which I think is such a powerful statement. Today in the LA Times, in fact, there is a photo of a Latina mom holding a sign that reads, "DDS, where are you? OC families need your support." The article describes how a report shows stark differences in spending by race, ethnicity, and where people live in the state. And DDS is the State Department of Developmental Services. So please include community members impacted by systemic discrimination, ensure transparency, share best practices, be accountable to ensure racial equity is consistent throughout the state. Thank you for making this possible.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Jay Calcino.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Good afternoon. My name is Jay Calcano on behalf of the California Alliance of Child and Family Services. We represent 160 community-based organizations across the state that are providing services to children, youth, and families in public human services systems. In respect to the Racial Equity Commission, the California Alliance considers this commission a vital tool in identifying and eliminating long-standing disparities in systemic racism. It is essential to center anti-racism in behavioral health and child welfare, as racial and ethnic minorities are often disproportionately represented in these systems. Our member agencies work tirelessly to center anti-racism in their efforts to serve their communities, and the Racial Equity Commission is critically aligned with this goal. The Racial Equity Commission must have the appropriate amount of funding, staffing, community outreach, input, and infrastructure to ensure the work of the commission can actually have a positive impact. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to continuing to engage in this important work. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Angelia Jones. Angelia, are you able to hear us?
Oh, yes, I am.
Thank you. My name is Angela Jones. I am a committee member of the Health and General Welfare Committee of the San Francisco Black and Jewish Unity Coalition. We support a more equitable workplace, especially for marginalized persons. This effort is important for further promoting health and wellness for those Californians experiencing disparity. I, along with the San Francisco Black and Jewish Unity Coalition, thank you for the opportunity to make a public comment today.
Thank you, Angela. Our next speaker is Ronald Beza. Ronald Coleman Beza, can you hear me?
Good afternoon. My name is Ronald Coleman Baeza, Managing Director of Policy at the California Pan-Ethnic Health Network, CPEN. CPEN brings together communities of color to advance policies that further health equity with a racial justice lens in order to reduce longstanding disparities and improve health outcomes. We appreciate the broader updates on SGC's good work on the Racial Equity Action Plan and many of the comments from council members related to updates on their work. We're here to comment on the update on the Executive Order and Racial Equity Commission. We certainly look forward to and await more details about what we would expect to be a proactive, comprehensive, robust, well-funded, and community-advised project moving forward. First and foremost, we are disappointed that the executive order does not acknowledge historic forms of injustice and systemic inequities, including racism against Black, Indigenous, Asian, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander, and Latinx communities. Second, we can't have a statewide plan to advance equity or anti-racism without first defining what equity means. The executive order fails to define equity or racial equity. Equity must be put into California's historic and political context. California's first governor, Peter Hardeman Burnett, once proposed to ban Black people who were free slaves from relocating to the Golden State, as well as waging war on Native Americans and declaring they should be terminated. Again, we must talk about equity, naming the inequities and injustices that California has perpetrated as a state. Third, this is top-down equity reform, which is concerning since many advocate proposals aimed at racial equity have been sidetracked by the administration year after year. We understand the goal of the Racial Equity Commission is to assess government to put itself on a path toward anti-racism, but this is a pretty far policy deviation from the proposed SB 17. The commission won't actually have appropriate independence or power to hold departments, agencies, or staff within government accountable, and there isn't a clear pathway to implement or resource many of the solutions recommendations that would come out of the commission. We hope that we can put people first in this, and moving forward, we ask for honest acknowledgement of the past atrocities and bolder, truly anti-racist commitments and solutions that come with a robust and comprehensive investment of resources to tackle the inequities and injustices Californians of color are facing. We can start by incorporating robust community input, considering community-led solutions, ensuring this effort is appropriately funded, staffed, and has the legal support to fulfill its proposed goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Usama Mokadem.
Hello and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Usama Mokadem, and I serve as the Director of State Policy at Public Health Advocates, one of California's leading public health advocacy organizations, and one that challenges the social, political, and economic systems that perpetuate racial, economic, and health disparities. I'm calling to comment on issue number 8 with respect to the Racial Equity Commission. The very existence of this commission is a testament to the harmful impact structural racism has across our state's infrastructure. The goal of this commission is to assist government in ways that will set course for an anti-racist present and future in California. In implementation, we must double down on the language that we amplify when we state that this process will positively impact California's most marginalized populations. What better temperature check for this progress than to have community representatives present every step of the way to provide input, feedback, and most importantly, insight. To echo colleagues and members of the community who have and will comment on this issue, the current piecemeal approach to this process will not solve the deeply embedded issues we set out to challenge. In order to not get swallowed up by the very system we aim to improve, OPR and the governor's office must include representatives from California communities that have been most impacted, as well as increase staffing, funding, and the provision of legal counsel to the RAC. We appreciate you making space for public comment on this issue and hope that we can work together to continue uplifting and centering the communities that this commission will impact the most. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brenda Villanueva. Brenda, are you with us? We'll go
Hi,
next.
can you hear me?
Oh, hi, Brenda. We can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Hello, my name is Brenda Villanueva. My pronouns are she, hers. I am a policy advocate and community organizer with the Los Angeles LGBT Center. We focus on providing primary healthcare, HIV, STI testing, housing, workforce development, education, and many other services catering to the LGBTQ plus community in Los Angeles County. Want to thank OPR and SGC's leadership for making space for us to make public comment on the Racial Equity Commission. I know that the goal of the Racial Equity Commission is to assist government to put itself on a path towards anti-racism. It is vital that the implementation process centers this goal because there are astounding disparities for Black, Indigenous people of color, and queer people of color in healthcare, housing, and criminal justice system. And I'm sure a little bit of the current data from LA County Department of Public Health that highlights some of the health disparities. HIV prevalence of transgender women in LA County is estimated to be around 15.1%. About nearly 9 out of 10 persons living with diagnosed HIV in LA County are male. And within that population, Black males and Hispanic, Latinx males are the ones that are most disproportionately impacted. Persons living with HIV who are unhoused continue to experience suboptimal outcomes along with the HIV care continuum compared with housed persons, and unhoused persons had lower rates of receiving HIV care, retention in care, and achieving viral suppression in 2021. Among men who have sex with men and transgender women, PrEP knowledge was high. However, use of PrEP among HIV negative men who have sex with men and transgender women in the past 12 months was very low. LGBTQ plus communities of color suffer the most disproportionate impacts across a wide spectrum of issue areas from immigration to housing to healthcare to employment. We need this commission to creatively think of equitable and inclusive policies and funding streams that will provide optimal and equal outcomes for all of our community members. As OPR and the governor's office are working on the implementation of Racial Equity Commission, it is important to include the community or those who have been the most harmed by the government in the process. Together, we can ensure the
Thank you
commission.
for your thoughts. Your 2 minutes are up. Can we have your final thought?
Yeah, we just want to thank you for your time, and we look forward to continuing to engage this support work in the future.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Axel Santana.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Axel Santana, and I'm an associate at PolicyLink on our California policy team. PolicyLink is a national equity research and action institute based out of Oakland, California. Just want to thank OPR and SGC's leadership for making space for public comment on this important issue of the Racial Equity Commission. And just echoing some of the comments made by some of my colleagues before me, we're really excited about the potential of the Racial Equity Commission. And we really hope that it will help put California government on a path towards anti-racism. And we really believe that it's vital that the implementation process centers this goal, because we'll never reach a truly anti-racist society if our government does not embody the principles and values of racial equity and social justice, which we hope this commission will help begin that process. And as OPR and the government's office are working to implement the commission, we really encourage you to prioritize community perspectives and the most historically marginalized communities in this process. Working together with advocates like ourselves and many of these others organizations on this call, we hope we can ensure the commission starts this work in the strongest foundation possible. And the Racial Equity Commission must have the appropriate amount of funding to strategically make investments in department staff, community outreach and input, and infrastructure to ensure the longevity of the work of the commission. Again, thank you for your time and look forward to continuing to engage in this work in the future.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Victor Flores.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Victor Flores. I'm a resilience manager at the Greenbelt Alliance, which has spent the last 64 years working to build a Bay Area with healthy, thriving, and resilient communities made up of lands and people that are safe during climate disasters and recover quickly from wildfire, floods, and drought, where everyone is living with nature in new and powerful ways for generations to come. I'm calling on issue number 8 with respect to the Racial Equity Commission. First, I just want to thank OPR and SGC's leadership for making space for public comment on the Racial Equity Commission. We're excited about the implementation process and want to provide some comments to support this ongoing work. We all understand the goal of the Racial Equity Action Plan and the Commission is to put California on a path toward anti-racism. However, everyone at this meeting knows that implementation is where the impact happens. So as OPR and the governor's office are working on implementation of the Racial Equity Commission, it's important to include communities who have been most harmed by government in the process. I encourage council to center our frontline communities and work on allocating the appropriate amount of funding to invest in departmental staff, community outreach, community stipends, input, infrastructure, all to ensure the longevity of the work with the commission. So thank you for your time. We look forward to continuing to engage in this, and thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Vince Leus.
Hello, my name is Vince Leus, and I am an Associate Program Manager with Prevention Institute. We work to achieve health equity and racial justice through a focus on preventing illness and injury before they occur by acting to improve the policy, systems, and community conditions that influence health, safety, and well-being. We are excited that OPR will be staffing and overseeing the establishment and implementation of the Racial Equity Commission that was recently enacted in Governor Newsom's executive order. And we hope that the racial equity initiatives and processes developed by SGC can be used as meaningful resources as the commission develops a statewide racial equity framework. Now, as OPR and the governor's office work to implement the Racial Equity Commission, it is vital to foster pathways for community input into the development of the framework. Prioritizing input and engagement from Black, Indigenous, and communities of color ensure that policy, procedural, and budgetary recommendations are rooted in the needs and aspirations of communities who are most impacted by structural racism. In any future budget requests for the commission, we recommend reserving a tranche of funds for community partnership and engagement, including funds for community-based subcommittees, travel, town halls, listening sessions, translation and interpretation, outreach, marketing, and community presentations. Together, we can ensure the commission starts this work on the strongest foundation possible, and Prevention Institute stands ready to assist OPR if needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sarah Sachs.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Sarah Sachs and I lead the California Policy Program at Ceres. I am calling in to comment on the Racial Equity Commission established by the governor's executive order on equity. Ceres is a sustainability nonprofit and runs a coalition of more than 80 major businesses, many of which are headquartered or have significant operations in California. The businesses we work with support strong climate policies because climate change, water contamination, and air pollution threaten the health and livelihood of the communities where they operate and where their customers live. They also recognize that these threats disproportionately impact California's residents along racial lines. For these reasons, 12 major companies and healthcare systems strongly supported the establishment of the California Racial Equity Commission, including Adobe, Salesforce, Unilever, PepsiCo, Dignity Health, Patagonia, and many more. As leading businesses and institutions, they know that successful change management requires gathering data, setting benchmarks, and tracking outcomes. As OPR and SGC work on the Commission's implementation, we encourage you to ensure that it begins this work on the strongest foundation possible. A fully funded, fully staffed, and community-informed commission will be essential for tackling systemic inequities and enabling the state's strategies to be oriented towards racial equity and racial justice. Thank you for your consideration and your time. I'd be happy to share more details on business support for the coalition with council members and staff, including a letter signed by the businesses I mentioned. We look forward to working with you on this commission's implementation. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sonia Young Adam. Sonia, are you with us? Okay, we'll skip to Olivia Seidemann. Okay, Emily Brandt, are you with us? Okay. We will move to in-person comment. So I'm going to read off the first three names. There are 5 total signed up for in-person comment, and I will read off the first 3 names: Sedalia King, Adrian Mohammed, and Adriana Ramos Yamamoto. If you could approach the lectern, please. Followed by Elena Santamaria and Julia Kaplan.
Hello, everyone. Oh, great. You can hear me through the mask. Excellent. Hi, my name is Sedalia King. I'm the Senior Manager of Government Relations for Catalyst California, formerly known as the Advancement Project California. We're a racial justice nonprofit based out of LA, and alongside our partners that you heard today, we work to dismantle racial injustice and redesign systems for access and equity. We're also one of the co-sponsors for SB 17, which was the Commission on Racial Equity, which we saw evolve into the executive order. And that's that. We want to thank OPR and SGC's leadership for making space for public comment today, and commend the forward thinking of OPR that y'all have demonstrated in the past to put racial equity at the forefront of its programmatic work. And sort of what everyone else highlighted today, the advocates recognize how much work and leadership that's needed to address systemic racism and inequities in government policies and programs. And it's vital that OPR thoughtfully and thoroughly engage in key stakeholders in the beginning stages of implementation to process and to ensure in meaningful participation by community and those who have been the most impacted and harmed by the government's policies and programmatic work, as you heard today. And folks highlighted a lot of these recommendations that we put forward, forming an advisory group for community and advocacy organizations to partner directly with the commission and its staff, invite public input on overall purpose and function of the commission, engage community in the development of staffing priorities, hiring qualifications, commission priorities, and recruiting and hiring for the commission director. But advocates of philanthropy and community organizers stand ready to support OPR's work to maximize the implementation of the governor's executive order. It's a unique opportunity. We need to really seize this. With this collective impact of community, data, policy, and intention, we can make the California dream inclusive and available to everyone. So thank you so much, and we look forward to continuing engaging with you on this.
Good afternoon. My name is Adriana Ramos Yamamoto. I'm a policy analyst at the California Budget and Policy Center, here to comment on the Racial Equity Commission. First, I'd like to thank the OPR and the SGC for making space for public comment. The California Budget and Policy Center is a nonprofit, nonpartisan research and analysis organization committed to advancing public policies that improve the lives of Californians who are denied opportunities to share in the state's wealth and deserve the dignity and support to lead thriving lives in our communities. And so the goal of this commission to promote anti-racism in government is very important to our team as well as many other organizations across the state. It is critical that the implementation process for the commission center anti-racism because the integration of racist policies and practices in various institutions such as housing, the environment, employment, healthcare, the justice system, and education prevents many communities the opportunity to be healthy and thrive. For every Californian from different races, backgrounds, and places to share in the state's economic and social life, strategic policy choices must be made. As the OPR and the governor's office work to implement the commission, it is important to include and listen to Californians who have been most harmed by structural racism, including American Indians, Asian, Black, Latinx, and Pacific Islander Californians, as well as other communities of color. The Racial Equity Commission should also have the appropriate amount of funding to strategically invest in department staff, community outreach and input, and infrastructure to ensure the success and the longevity of the work of the commission. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Adrian Mohammed.
Good evening, everyone. Adrian Mohammed with Lighthouse Public Affairs on behalf of Black Leadership Council and the Bay Area Regional Health Inequities Initiative. Thankful for the work that's being done by SGC, and it's very clear looking at the report that the Racial Equity Action Plan that the state's making a big investment in racial equity. And that being said, it's very clear and crucial and ever imperative that with this investment, it must be centered on the community. Obviously, everyone has said that there needs to be constant and frequent collaboration with community-based organizations. They need to be close partners with direct lines of communication to not only SGC, but additionally the administration, the different departmental agencies, and obviously the Racial Equity Commission. That success, much like everyone else has said, is paramount, and it's also very much contingent on appropriate funding, racially conscious and equitable staffing, and making sure that, again, the community is always at the center and the forefront, and that this is always a partnership. It is always a two-way street. And with that, both organizations that I am here on behalf of today, we are very much looking forward to being partners with you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last two speakers are Elena Santamaria and Julia Kaplan.
Hi, good evening. My name is Elena Santamaria. I'm a policy advisor at NextGen California. We're a statewide nonprofit advocacy organization focusing on a whole host of issues around social justice. First and foremost, I want to thank SGC and the council. Out of all the agencies that the state operates, you all are absolutely the first and foremost in terms of putting racial equity at the front lines of your work, naming it, putting it in your agendas for the past couple of years. And we really want to appreciate that work and your leadership for doing so. I think in that regard, you all can be conduits for your colleagues at other departments and agencies to be able to facilitate this work. SGC OPR is a small pie of the 300 state agencies, offices, task force councils that the state operates. So although SGC is forward thinking in this work, we have a long way to go to really systemically address the racial disparities that we see in California today. I'd like to speak on the Racial Equity Commission established by the governor's executive order on equity. And the Racial Equity Commission seeks to facilitate and collaborate with government to really look at itself, to put its state on a path towards anti-racism, to look at its policy and programmatic work that continues to perpetuate systemic racism, how from all facets, and I think I lean on my colleagues who spoke, the 15 other folks who spoke before me, who are on the ground levels of those everyday impacts that you all heard from them. And then as my time wraps up here, finally, I know we're in projections of a deficit when it comes to our budget spending, and I just hope that the investments towards racial equity don't dissipate. We know from past years, from 2008 and the recession, the first people that are impacted when we go into a deficit are the low-income Californians. And I just hope as agency secretaries that you all look in your budgeted planning that those folks aren't harmed even further. We can take 3 steps forward, and as soon as the recession hits, we take 10 steps backwards. So I hope that we continue to invest in this work. And address systemic racism within government policies and programmatic work. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Tiffany Eng on this item for virtual public comment? Oh, sorry, Julia. Did not see you there. Go ahead, Julia. You may begin.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Julia Kaplan with State of Equity, formerly Health and All Policies. We're a program of the Public Health Institute, and we've been partnering with the Strategic Growth Council and many of your agencies for about 12 years now, embedding health equity and racial equity into government practices. And I want to first just give kudos to so many people who've gotten us to this moment and the incredible partners we have inside state government. And I'm nervous to say names because I will leave so many people out, but I also in particularly want to appreciate Rohan and Moy and Secretary Garcia and Jasmine and Kieran and Lynn and Lassero in the back, and also just all of the advocates and community leaders doing this work, including Elena and Sedalia. And I think that in addition to what's happening at SGC, the Racial Equity Commission it's such a big deal right now, and a huge opportunity for positive impact for Black, Indigenous, and people of color in California, and a challenge to put racial equity values into action in the process. We have, government has the task of figuring out how to embed racial equity values into practices, and at the same time needs to put those values into action in the very process. I wanted to note that this is a good time for this work. There's a national movement for racial equity. There are 50 city and counties in California actively engaged in the Government Alliance on Race and Equity. There are 35 plus state agencies, departments, commissions in the Capital Collaborative on Race and Equity, over 500 practitioners in state government, over 60 community groups, that's probably way more actually than 60, just involved in this effort right now. So this is going to be a team effort. We are on your team. We're on the team of community, we're on the team of government, and just really excited to do this together.
Thank you. We have a couple of virtual public comments that have joined. Tiffany Eng.
Good afternoon, SGC. My name is Tiffany Ng. I am the interim co-director at the California Environmental Justice Alliance, or CEJA. CEJA is really pleased to see round 4 of the TC grants being awarded this year. We're especially excited to see grants awarded to the South LA communities that have been working on the ground for many years to put forth a really robust proposal for transformation in their neighborhood. We're also really excited to see grants awarded to different parts of the San Joaquin Valley. And at the same time, we look forward to working with the council to make sure that grants are awarded both at the implementation level and at the planning grant level to other disadvantaged communities across the state, including disadvantaged unincorporated communities that have historically been denied access to critical resources and funding to make sure that they can also transform and uplift their communities. Moving forward, we hope to partner further with SGC to enhance and carry out this important program. We know that TCC is a groundbreaking program, and it has much to do to serve communities across the state. We also want to say a personal and organizational appreciation to Saharnas. We also recognize that through the years, Saharnas has been a great ally to many groups across the state who have been awarded and have been applying for TC grants. Saharnas has been a person who has really reached out to communities to get to know them, to partner with them, to make sure that they're included in the process. And as you move on to OPR, we look forward to working with you there, but just wanted to make sure that you know that your leadership and your work throughout the years at SGC is really appreciated. And it's great to see that you saw your first meeting with SGC, and now we've seen one year last. Thank you.
Sonia Adam is our next speaker. Sonia.
Good evening. Can you just confirm that you're able to hear me, please?
We can hear you, Sonia.
Okay, thank you so much. I do apologize for that time where I clearly could not get in. My name is Sonia Young Adam, and I am with the California Black Women's Health Project. And I'm pleased to be able to have this opportunity to comment on the executive order and Racial Equity Commission. And first and foremost, thank you again for bringing me back in. I really do appreciate that. I wanted to just let you know on behalf of the Black women that we serve statewide through the California Black Women's Health Project, our board, our staff, and our partners and colleagues. We're very disappointed that the executive order does not acknowledge all of the historic forms of injustices and systems inequities, including racism against Black and African Americans in the state and other people of color and marginalized communities. Second, we're perplexed because we don't understand how there is a statewide plan to advance equity without even really first defining what that means. And the executive order doesn't define that, doesn't define equity or racial equity. We are a part of a statewide coalition that is led by CPEN, our friends and partners. And in an original letter from July 2020, we're asking the governor to issue an executive order to declare racism as a public health crisis. Our first ask was for the administration to put people first by engaging with directly impacted communities and avoid a top-down approach to reform. In this executive order, we don't see that happening. We don't see resources being allocated directly to impacted communities. We see a minimal focus on engagement of Black and other communities of color and community-based organizations who are really working to advance racial justice. So thank you so much again for the opportunity to comment. I appreciate you all.
Thank you very much, Sonia. Our last comment is from Laura O'Connor.
Good afternoon, and in the interest of time, thank you all for your really amazing work. And much of what I was going to say earlier has been said around putting people first and the Black and Brown Indigenous leaders who are doing this work. I had the benefit of being on a call earlier with Deputy Secretary Catherine Toy for Access, and we were talking about this within Natural Resources, or she was speaking. There was a Q&A happening around the current work that C-Corps is doing, that Assistant Secretary Marina Rivera is doing such a great job across the state. Could it be, the question was, could it be actually implemented into communities simultaneously where there are already processes going on, especially where there are financial commitments, and such as in state parks at Allensworth. And another model that I just wanted to point out, I serve as advisor to Friendship House in the Village, which recently held the California Truth and Healing Council with Secretary Snyder, where they are holding circle and councils all around the state and doing listening prior to doing, many levels of investment. So I will write the rest of my comments to you all in the interest of you all wanting to travel back, and just really appreciate you all. But there is such amazing work being done, and the people on the ground obviously need to be fully engaged in the solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no more public comment on this item.
That's it. 5-second announcement from Rohan, and then we'll adjourn.
Check out LinkedIn and CalCareer. As we were speaking, our agency posted our Chief Equity Officer position, who should be a visionary leader and advocate to address systemic injustice and racism. So thank you for the members of the public with your comments to help us meet this moment. Join us so we can advance anti-racism in government. We're hiring.
Thanks, Rohan. And it was my mistake. We do need to call for any public comment on any agenda items that were not already covered today.
And we do have 2 people signed up to provide public comment on matters not on the agenda. We'll start first with Keith Bergthold. Keith, if you're on Zoom, please raise your hand so you can contribute. After Keith, we're going to call on Kevin Garraway. Kevin, if you're on, please raise your hand. We did have someone chime in additionally in the Zoom. So Laura O'Connor, it's your turn, and then we will wrap public comment on matters not on the agenda.
Thank you. Real quickly, and this totally relates to the last topic, is there across the Strategic Growth Council, and I've asked this of Secretary Bidebecker before she left to go back to her tribal commitments for the Justice 40 funding commitment from the federal infrastructure dollars, which could substantially support everything that's been talked about today almost. Is there a plan or systemic implementation for how to bring those funds through these agencies to support all this work? Thank you.
That concludes public comment on matters not on the agenda.
All right. So staff will take that last question. Okay, thank you for that. All right, now I'm going to give the words that you've been waiting for. We are adjourned. Thank you all very much to the public for the robust participation today. We really appreciate it. And to